So let's see. It doesn't say that. Okay. Hey, Ted. Hey, Darren. I'm coming on early because there was some news yesterday with Railtown. Maybe if I bring this down a little bit, it'll let me look a little more easily there. I wouldn't mind it being a little lower than that. All right. So I just wanted to come on early. I haven't prepared, so we'll go as we go. I thought what we could do today, after I go through the news, is just revisit the case for owning the stock and the market. Before I get to that, I want to tell everybody that remarkably, we're at 7 million shares. We are there. We are the exactitude is probably silly. And the most important thing, the most amazing thing, we are at 5%. Using the Yahoo number, we're at 5%. So we're very powerful if we stay together. If we don't allow the people that come here and prey on us to prey, and we stick together, we'll get audiences, we'll probably have some input. As long as we're professional, we'll have some input. It doesn't have to be me. It can be one of you guys or two of you guys, girls. 5% of the company. That's a bravo for you all. That is a real bravo. And I'll start. I thank you. I'll start a new, just in case people buy today. I'll add more to that if it comes. Now, Railtown, I don't know if this setup's going to quite work the way I wanted it to. Anyway, just keep moving forward. Railtown made two announcements yesterday. One of them came at yesterday night at 10:36 p.m. So Tony DiGiorno is going to say, oh, they tried to sneak that by you, that they did a raise. They wanted to hide it from you. That's how Tony D presents his arguments. But let me just read it. We won't read the whole thing. But Railtown is pleased to announce that the company has closed its previously disclosed, remember, tucked in the last paragraph, according to Tony D, non-brokered private placement, and basically US 50 cents per unit. So I guess I was wrong on that when I corrected him. I thought it was Canadian because it was 50 cents a unit. So basically, they were paying about 12 cents for the warrants, or yeah, about that. Anyway, they were getting a nice price on that. The warrants, though, were below the market. The warrants are above the market. The price was below the market. Anyway, 600,000 shares, $600,000, 1.2 million shares, which is less than 1%. 1.2 million shares is less than 1% of the outstanding shares. If you add in the warrants, it's a little bit over 1%. But this isn't dilution by any stretch of the imagination. You leave it into the arms of the board and the leadership. They've made a strategic decision to give somebody this offering, and we'll find out. It doesn't say here, but it's a strategic placement. So there will be benefits to shareholders. Anyway, that was one thing they announced. Technically, that was yesterday. And then they announced to this morning, Railtown Technologies announces strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence. And I Googled yesterday or the day before how to share websites with you, and it doesn't look like I can. So we'll have to play it by ear here. Anyway, I was hoping to just go to the Ignite website, but I'll show it to you. So Railtown AI Technologies, a leading innovator in the AI-driven developer solutions space, is pleased to announce it has entered into a strategic development and revenue sharing, see that? Revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence LLC. Well, the company's going to have to raise more money because they don't have any revenue. Well, wait a minute. This is the third deal they've announced in 3 weeks. We don't know how much, and we don't know when, and all that. So if Tony wants to be Eeyore, he can be Eeyore, but he's going to miss the boat. Under the terms of the agreement, Railtown will provide its proprietary agentic framework and co-develop a next generation suite of analytic AI agents designed to automate and streamline financial management and revenue growth analytics for enterprises across multiple verticals. Pretty powerful. This partnership brings together Railtown AI's proprietary Langtrax agentic framework and Ignite's proven expertise in actionable data-first execution to deliver a powerful AI-enhanced platform. The joint solution will provide organizations with a unified, transparent view of financial operations, enabling data-backed decision-making. It will feature predictive analytics, dynamic growth roadmaps. Those are things, we used to have in our glove compartment. You pull them out, you unfold them, and they give you the highways. And that's what a roadmap is. Dynamic growth roadmaps and real-time performance optimization. This will help businesses to plan and adapt and accelerate revenue-driving strategies. Quote, this partnership represents a major step forward in Railtown AI's vision of applying intelligent agents beyond the development lifecycle, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI. Quote, by combining lane tracks, so it's lane tracks, not conductor in this case, by combining lane tracks with Ignite's deep domain experience in revenue strategy, we're delivering a powerful platform that empowers organizations to move from analysis to paralysis. No, from analysis to action in record time, unquote. Quote, we are thrilled to be partnering with Railtown AI to bring this intelligent analytics solution to market, unquote, said Kate Berta, CEO of Ignite, spelled with a U. So it's not John Berta's daughter or anything. Quote, together we're building a tool that makes growth planning smarter, faster, and gosh darn it, people like us, and far more transparent, driven by real data, not guesswork. As part of this strategic partnership, Ignite will become a premium subscriber of the Railtown Conductor DPI platform and pay a licensing fee for the Langtrax framework through a revenue sharing model. But remember Tony Dinero, who wants you to not have any dinero? He says they don't have any revenue. Twat. Further aligning the two companies' long-term objectives and fostering shared success as adoption scales. Based in Dallas, Texas, Ignite Sequence is the parent company of Ignite Now, a platform that provides data-driven growth strategy solutions. Ignite analyzes high-impact opportunities, industry trends, and financial performance to build revenue roadmaps grounded in real data. The platform translates strategy into fast, coordinated execution, delivering transparency, real-time measurement, and predictability across the enterprise. Unfortunately, it does not help write press releases that can get to the point. Actually, it's a pretty good press release. Railtown is a leader in developer productivity tools and agentic frameworks based in Vancouver, Canada. Railtown delivers solutions that streamline software development workflows, reduce downtime, and increase the speed of innovation for engineering teams worldwide. Unless you're in Gaza Strip, then you don't have any place to work. It's been bombed to smithereens. But soon, coming soon, is Trump Resorts. We'll just move the 2 million people over into Libya, where Hillary left that society completely obliterated, slavery, women in slavery, forget men in slavery. But hey, we've got the solutions. We're just helping the British colonial empire continue via the Zionist experiment, white colonial presence in the Middle East. And we're here to help. Trillions of dollars, boys and girls losing their lives, blood, American boys and girls. But hey, anything. And if you got some extra dry cleaning, Benji, just bring it. We'll clean it for you too. If Sarah's in trouble, bring her over. We'll give her a break. We're here to help. And don't worry, 100 Palestinians shot standing in line for food. Don't worry about it. They're just Palestinians. Remember, white man is better than the Arab man and the black man. White man is better. It's proven in racial studies. Good Lord. Anyway, I should stop listening to the news. So Railtown, we are at 7 million shares, 5% of the company. We have almost 150 holders. This is what I know about. There might be more out there. I showed you yesterday, Marwan Haddad only has 15% compared to our 5%. Who's better than we? Nobody. Nobody. So I want to go through the research again. I was thinking of trying to play a couple of those videos again. We're going to have a rail-a-thon. We're going to stay here until the market closes. And I have one goal only. Get the people sitting on the fence to buy the stock while it's still cheaper than 75 cents. All right, I came on live and they've driven it down. So it's an opportunity to buy. They want you to know that what I'm suggesting is wrong. That's what they want you to know. Well, take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of their cockiness and buy. And buy and buy and buy. I'm going to try to put this over here. If I put this up here, my eyesight will be basically in line maybe with that if I put this here. Anyway. All right, so let's look at some of the prices. Railtown got down to its low on the day, 59.36. They want to show something. You know, when we go live for our rail-a-thon, it's going to go down. Well, don't be as scared. Be as brave. Jump in. Now you can buy it under 60 cents. Danielle is going to make fun of me. Daniel is going to make fun of me. But buy all you can. 58.93 to 59.93. Let me show you a chart. I was unable to do it with a fine line, but you'll get the concept. You'll get the concept. Oh, I see. Maybe I can do it that way. There might be a way I can show you a video. All right, here, let's try. Does that make noise? No. All right. I was going to have fun with that noise. All right, here, let me show you this. This is Railtown in Canada because I can't get this chart with Railtown in the US. But I broadly see in the big diamond, the big triangle there, that we've broken out from a trend that lasted, I don't know, 8 months, 6, 7 months. I would have drawn that line actually slightly lower and left that 60. Well, in Canada, it's a higher number, but in the United States, that spike is 62 cents. And I would have had that yellow line just down a bit. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You get the idea. We broke out. The stock broke out, pulled back to test best it could, and then rallied back sharply. That was I think that 22 cent day is when it pulled back. Then it rallied back sharply, and we've been going a little bit slightly upward, slightly sideways, and then it broke out. And in the U.S. terms, that top yellow line that I drew is 62 cents. No, sorry, it's not. In U.S. terms, that was around 40 something. Over in the corner on the left is the high of 62 cents. So shoot, this chart doesn't show you what I wanted it to show you. Let me see if I have the other chart here, this one. Yeah, I just have to use this one. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Did I delete it already? I might have deleted it. Oh, well, I'll try to work on, why would I delete it? Maybe this is it. Yeah, I guess that's kind of it. That's kind of it. So this is a week ago, but you can see the 62 cents up there. And all my point is we're starting to go vertical, and it's good that we're not breaking through 62 cents all at once, because you want to build some basing in here. And it's normal that the computers would say at 62 cents to lighten up, to do the lighten up. I'm missing the chart I wanted to show you. Sorry about that. But this is the Canada chart for 6 months. It's a good chart, shows us breaking out. It just leaves out the high. I think it leaves. My eyesight's really bad, guys. This looks like a 2-year chart, actually. I don't think it's making all-time highs in Canada. So anyway, let's move on. Let's assume I screwed up in my reading of those charts. All right, let's go down here, Ted. Ted Williams, Darren Collins, Marty Party, come on down. Dolphin, Atwater. All right, Dolphin, that's great. That is great. Dolphin. That's awesome. Welcome aboard. Hey, D-Mac. How many people in this group? Well, the number that I have as of last night is 148. See it in the middle? But I don't know. My guess is there's more than who is telling me. But yeah, so we probably have 150 people for sure. Ted, I pray for us every day. I guess I need to go now. I really got to go now. All right, well, thank you. We'll talk to you later. All right, Marty Party. Marty Party, 134 400. Will GTI squeeze soon? No, never. GTI will never squeeze. I don't know why you're asking me. I've been very clear about that for at least 2 years. GTII is not squeezing. You can squeeze your Charmin when you go to the men's room. That'll be as close as a squeeze you'll ever see if you own GTII. Sparky, told you a big surprise today. More next week. Exciting times. Somebody please help. Sorry. I guess they're sending the spammers. Hey, Dolphin, thank you. What's the surprise, Sparky? Emil, all right. That's great. It's a good number. 15,000 is a good number. Any position divisible into threes, I figure is good, because if you're using money management, you can always sell a third and then buy it back. But hopefully, we're going to have to talk about, I guess I didn't print that report out, but we're going to have to talk about the potential of a squeeze. I hope I fervently hope it does not squeeze, because as soon as it squeezes, it'll become a hot stock. We'll might have to make decisions about what to do, and then your money's hot again. I don't want your money to be hot ever again. I don't want you to be at the pause of these people who are literally here to strip your money. They're literally here to strip your money. It's not innocent. They think it's fun, but it's not innocent. I think it's criminal. And I don't see where the fun in it is. But when you're a bully and a coward with no skill, I guess it's great to make more money than you could do anywhere else by stealing. Hey, Sparky. Hey, Eddie. My daughter. All right. We're racking it up. $2,450. That's great. Tony Capybara Dinero post again right before the share price drop. Definitely working with the shorts. A total piece of shite. Ted, we got a twist in news. Expect some great things to follow next week. Trust in the great leadership at RLAIF. We will all be very happy very soon, according to Sparky. And he says, don't trust William, trust management. No, he didn't say that. Sparky's a great friend of our, what are we going to call ourselves? The Railtown mob, the Railtown riot, the Railtown wreckers. Wow, up early. Yeah, I'm up early because I actually, now that I came on, they're keeping the stock down, but I had to run an errand, and I came back and I saw that it opened at 64 cents. So I actually think the stock, I don't know about today, but if I had to pick a day, I'd say today the stock's going to be 70 cents. Maybe it's tomorrow. Why? Because it's broken through 62 cents. And I was trying to show you that chart. It's a loser chart I showed you. But by breaking through 62 cents decisively, obviously it's going to pull back a little bit because that's what the computers are going to want to do. And then Tony comes on. And you know what he's doing? He's just providing cover in case the criminals, he's working with the criminals. When it sells off, his posts are just cover. So if they're ever... if they're ever called in before the regulators, which the odds of that are next to zero, they'll say, oh, well, we sold because we followed Tony, the loser Dinero. And 99 times out of 100, he's been right. And oops, this time he was wrong. $59.28. We're down almost 2 cents in Railtown. That, my friends, is not a time to freeze, not a time to worry. That's a time to, I'm going to be Jim Cramer. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. That's your pullback today. Hey, account settings. All right. $110.0808. That's great. You're going to be one of the wealthy one. I'm behind on the stream, but I'm curious how to interpret the press release today. Okay, I'll tell you. The Railtown Raiden 5 percenters. The Raiden Railtown 5 and dimers. I was hoping, and I did Google how to do it, but my equipment won't let me do it. It's not a problem with StreamYard. It's a problem with my equipment. So I was going to show you the websites, but the website for, there's no tennis today, is there? It's probably the chicks playing. Yeah, it's the chicks. The men's don't play today. The men's. All right. Okay, so Ryan, I was going to show this, try to do it. I just got to get a better setup, but we'll go with what we have. Railtown's last, I don't know, 10 headlines. We'll start from, this is according to Yahoo. And there's more, but we'll just go with the first page of headlines. So 6 months ago, Railtown AI to present at the AI in BC demo night, which they did. And I actually think that's where they met AI partners, but they started a campaign to market their wares because they're no longer an R&D company. So that was 6 months ago. And then approximately 6 months ago, it says Railtown AI joins AI Partnerships Corporation affiliate network. 6 months ago. Then 4 months ago, Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. And this is where Tony's friends got in trouble, because that headline, the computers are set up to read MOU to acquire, and they know that if they start selling, they can busticate the deal, or they can make the deal ultimately priced at a much lower per share price, so you dilute it by many shares. But if they need capital, they can provide the capital out of thin air because they sold it down. And this is what happened to MMAT, MULN, countless stories. It's the per share value gets destroyed by Tony, not so much dinero. And then 2 months ago, Railtown AI Technologies to present at the Elevate AI Summit. And then last month, Railtown's AI launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. I think you can count that as their 5th product. And then last month, Railtown AI Technologies to present Langtrack's agentic framework at the Upper Bound May 20th conference. Then last month, Railtown AI announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, Langtracks, and Railtracks. Langtracks and Railtracks. Now, what's important to note is the next 2 headlines, Ryan, are, I think you call, I always get the terminology slightly wrong. Enterprise sales agreements, revenue sharing agreements. So they announced last month, Railtown AI Technologies announces strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies, Inc. One of their clients is the London Stock Exchange. So that's the first enterprise sales agreement that they've announced that we know about. Then 23 days ago, Railtown AI Technologies announces strategic partnership with Quantum IQ and a private placement. Tony thinks that's just tucked in the last paragraph to hide it from you. It's right in the headline. But Tony, busy man, doesn't have time to read headlines. Most busy people, all they read is the headline. But Tony doesn't read. He just has a script, how to create FUD. And he gets paid very well for it. Just look at the dye in his hair. I wish I could get paid well. I wonder what color I would choose. So last month, they did a partnership with ESG AI Technologies. 23 days ago, they did a partnership with Quantum.IQ. And then last night they had the broker, the placement finished. But this morning, Railtown announces a strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence. So that's 3. That's 3 in the lingo of the industry. That's 3 enterprise sales agreements. 3 of them. 3 partnerships, 3 revenue sharing deals. And that's all within about 5 weeks. 3 are announced. I have no idea what revenue, they haven't announced the revenue. But if we assume, realizing that we're making an assumption, which makes an ass out of you and umption, if we assume each of these does 100,000 a month in revenue, projected forward, net to Railtown, that's $3 million a year in revenue. Early stages. So should we use 50 times, 100 times, or 150 times? Let's just use 100 times. You could say I'm being too optimistic, but those are the multiples right now. We're in a raging bull market for AI 2.0. Raging. So that brings us to 300 million. In valuation, And if you divide that by 140, I don't know, 143,450 million. That's $2 a share, $2.09 a share. These three contracts, if we assume they're each going to do $1 million a year, might be worth $2 a share. But if you don't want to use the 100, call it $1 a share. If you don't want to use 3 million, call it 50 cents a share. I don't know. All I have is guesswork, but these are three initial strategic partnerships that have a huge, meaningful valuation impact. Yeah. If it turns out the revenue is a third of that or combined, well, then my number's off, and it should only be 75 cents. But that's just three. My number could be wrong. It could go the other way, or they could pay 150 multiple. We don't really know, but just giving a framework for how powerful these enterprise sales agreements are. It really increases the value in this AI 2.0 space. This is not a company that Tony, not so much De Niro, after this stock runs against him, De Niro, he's never experienced what's about to run right over him. But it's probably not even his real name. The Railtown 5%ers, our name, yeah. I know, but maybe we call ourselves the Raiden Raiders. The Railtown Raiders. What happens if we go to 6%? Nothing. We're already pretty strong. We're not a hedge fund, so we don't have to report anything. But if we can be a loose collection that sticks together, I think we'll get audiences. We'll never have first call on non-material information, but who knows? Maybe there's an offering later on, or a spin-off that goes public or something that we would get an opportunity to invest in before the IPO. Who knows? I mean, that's all down the road. But my opinion, if we stick together, we have a seat at the table. It doesn't have to be me, by the way. It can be somebody else. It can be a committee. Committees are always effective. The great thing about committees, you know what's great about committees? They have meetings. Meetings. Let's meet. Let's circle back. Why don't we have a meeting? Meetings. Peelings. The Railtown Syndicate. The Railtown Funky Town. Yeah, we'll think of something. Then our name will be the Railtown 6%ers. That's true. It's pretty good. All right, I want to go through the research report because I don't want to waste your time. I've done it before, but let's just do it again because there might be new people, and I want to give the premise for why I feel so strongly about this investment. At some points, I'll read everything. Other points, I'll skim it. But this research report came out on July 2nd, 2024 from Research Capital Corporation, and it's research coverage of Railtown AI Technologies, RLAIF, on the OTC QB, and it's an initiation of coverage, speculative buy with a target of $2. Now they don't take into account AI partners. So number one, Tony's just not for nothing comment. He doesn't know nothing. That they're going to have to raise money. That's what he hopes. And he hopes it'll be dilutive. But this time, boy, his playbook is going to look like it comes from the Flintstones. And this stock is going to behave as if it is a hypersonic missile in a good way. I'm not talking about Bobby De Niro. All right. So the headline, let's crack through this report and see if we can get it done in 5 minutes or so. Railtown AI Technologies, advanced AI for efficient software development. Railtown AI is pioneering a powerful tool to transform and enhance software development efficiency and quality. We believe the company's first mover advantage and the founder's history of success position it well to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating and a target price of US $2 per share. Canadian $2.70, by the way. Railtown AI, poised for growth in the expanding software development market. Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as an intelligent assistant, it learns client software to automate repetitive tasks, monitor performance, and serve as a built-in quality checker. The platform currently functions as a root cause analyzer, a conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. Future enhancements include automatic ticket generation and no-code virtual software development. I assume that means a guy like myself could talk to it and create a spreadsheet on a company-wide scale. Something like that. Anyway, Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by last year. Let me just comment on that. $3 billion by last year, according to these guys. In Railtown's own website, they have two addressable markets over the next few years. One is expected to grow to something like $25 billion. And the other one is going to be well over $100 billion. That's on their website, and they haven't updated their presentation. That was before the merger with AI Partners. In the presentations that which Corey Brandolini has given, which I've shared with you, he talks about the software market, the AI software market, becoming a $300 billion market. And then the other guy, and I want to say it might be one of the Microsoft guys, is projecting that software is going to eat the world. I can Google it. It might have been somebody else. It's a famous quote by maybe an Indian guy. I can't remember. But software is going to consume the world. In other words, software is the place to be. It is the fastest growing market. It is the biggest market of our future. I, as a resource guy, always take exception to that. But the fact is, it's been that way. So I gotta learn my lesson. All right. So they're saying the addressable market is only 3 billion. I think that's a very small number by last year. Anyway, the market will be driven by the expanding global population of software developers. The company's sales strategy targets small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises through direct sales and partnerships, like the ones we've said. But they mention another partnership here with one of Microsoft's partners, Quisitive. So the model works. They've proven the model. The collaborations leverage established networks to accelerate user adoption and scale the platform efficiency. Valuation and recommendation. We estimate a target price of $2, this is a year ago, per share for Railtown AI Technologies, using an enterprise value over revenue multiple of only, and I added the only, 12x. And they account for a 20% dilution factor in number of shares. Tony would point out to you, oh my God, they're going to dilute their stock. Oh my God. One horn, two horns, Tony. Two warning alarms, Tony. Do you read the balance sheet? Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the founder's proven track record, we expect significant market share capture over the next 3 years. We project higher adoption rates in the United States because of higher returns on invested capital. And we expect launch timing it's a bad sentence. But they're using a market penetration rate of 3% in the United States. I think that's low. Based on these assumptions and the current pricing structure, we estimate target price equivalent of $2.70 Canadian. We initiate a coverage with a speculative buy rating, acknowledging the risks of investing in a company, followed by Tony D. Gennaro. Catalysts. Key catalysts for Railtown AI at this early stage. These are catalysts. Top 10 catalysts for Railtown AI. Improving market visibility, rapid revenue growth, strong market validation. So it's the top 3. Market visibility, improving, rapid revenue, growth, market validation, strong. Potential positive news flow from rapid scaling, user acquisition, and engagement metrics indicates robust market validation and substantial market share potential. Strategic partnerships with industry leaders will enhance user growth and credibility. While the company has a clear revenue model, has emerging new revenue streams because of technological advancements as the product evolves. which may improve visibility over growth. That's the first page. Then they have the table of contents. So we come again, and they have an investment thesis. Every time you invest in a stock, you should have an investment thesis. And if you're not good at it, you should write it down. If you panic when Tony comes on and says his drivel, you can go back to your notes and who you heard it from and where you did the due diligence and say, well, Tony's just saying the same thing he says about every stock. And here's the reasons. This is my investment thesis. And it helps buttress your ability to, survive the onslaught of nonsense from Tony De Niro. It's very powerful. If they can get you doubting, if they can get you uncertain, if they can get you fearful, it's very powerful. You start operating with the, what is that back in there? The mandibulara or something. They get you working with your reptile part of your brain. Fear, flight, get the hell out of it. They don't have any of that. They're just counting their shekels. That's all they're doing. Remember, they take the elevator up and the stairs down. As the stock's up, they want you to come down slowly. In my opinion, that's what they're doing with these other stocks. As the stocks are up, like this guy came on the other day. Well, Finger is basing. Well, it might be, but it's in his best interest to keep you solid, keep you buying, so they have something to sell, something to steal. Guys, Railtown is going to take us out of here, and we're never coming back, ever. If you do, you're just going to take another dab of heroin, and you may not recover. It's as dangerous as heroin, dealing with these guys. They're good at it. If you're willing to lie and you're a psychopath, you can achieve a lot of things here on this earth that others can't. Anyway, so the investment thesis, Railtown AI, the future. The future. It's a good thing to be the future. It's better than the past. The future of efficient and effective software development. Railtown AI is developing a powerful tool to enhance software development by producing productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. You've heard that already. Acting as a helpful assistant, it learns clients software to automate repetitive tasks, allowing developers to focus on more critical work, on production. The platform monitors performance, fixes problems before they occur. Another good thing. Wouldn't you like to live your life and problems are fixed before they occur? And serves as a built-in quality checker. Railtown AI deeply understands a client's feelings. How does that make you feel? Railtown AI deeply understands clients' software, automates mundane tasks, continuously learns and improves, and provides clear performance reports. It unifies all software data for easy use and customization to fit specific needs. By analyzing data in real time to quickly identify and fix issues and automating tasks like bug report generation, Railtown AI helps developers build better software faster. They destroy the English language and more cost effectively. Currently, the platform improves developer efficiency by functioning as a root cause analyzer, a conductor, a velocity dashboard, and a release notes automator. In the next stage, Railtown plans to add automatic ticket generation, and future stages will include no-code virtual software development, significantly expanding the addressable market, and marking a pivotal milestone for the company. The company currently holds patents. I'm not going to read all that. I have mixed feeling about patents because then you give away your secret sauce. Growing population of software developers and potential to improve pricing to expand Railtown AI's addressable market. The global population of software developers is expanding and is projected to reach 28.7 million by the end of last year. With Railtown's current pricing structure of $108 per year as the basis for its average revenue per user, the addressable market is estimated to exceed $3 billion. Well, that seems like a pretty basic calculation. This market has the potential to grow even further as Railtown enhances its platform with new features, which could allow for higher pricing. The current pricing model charges per user per project, meaning a single user working on multiple projects pays multiple times, leading to a higher average ticket. Additionally, Railtown's target market could expand beyond software developers with the potential launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. Whilst it is challenging to precisely qualify the future size of this addressable market, the indicators clearly show substantial growth potential. Okay, another thesis, strategic alliances with Microsoft partners. That's alliances with Microsoft partners top line, but it's also with partners of Microsoft's partners. Anyway, Railtown's business strategy for market expansion. Railtown AI's sales strategy is multifaceted, targeting both small and medium businesses and enterprise organizations through direct sales, through reseller partnerships, and through collaboration with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. By leveraging reseller relationships, Railtown extends its reach under white-labeled services, allowing resellers to manage user acquisition and branding, whilst Railtown focuses on technology development. The collaboration with Microsoft partners, for example, Quisitive, is particularly significant, as it enables Railtown to tap into established networks and customer bases, accelerating user adoption and scaling the platform. Quisitive's, for example, ability to onboard clients independently and provide ongoing support enhances the customer experience and increases platform stickiness. You know that feeling when you reach under your desk and you touch somebody else's gum? Stickiness. This strategic approach not only broadens Railtown's market penetration, but it also drives recurring revenue streams, underpinning the business model's sustainability and growth potential. By aligning with industry leaders and leveraging their market presence, Railtown can efficiently scale its operations and capitalize on new market opportunities. I guess scale is a verb now. I guess it is. When you fish, I guess you scale a fish. I don't know. I don't like that usage. Anyway, another one of their theses is valuation, and then they go into the risks as well. So we use enterprise value revenue multiple of 12x on future revenue to estimate the target price. To account for potential equity financings, to fund the business until it generates sufficient free cash flow. So they have a strategy. We apply a 20% dilution factor. They've already used up 1%. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the proven track record of its founders and senior management, we believe there is a high probability of capturing significant market share over the next 3 years. We project a higher adoption rate in the United States. Already, we got that. We used 3%. All right, we got that. Based on these assumptions, we estimate the target price to be US dollars, $2 per share. $2 per share. That's a year ago. That's before AI partners. That's before the AI 2.0 is accelerating because of NVIDIA and because of data centers, because of compute power. Another fine addition to the English language. So anyway, key upside risks. In other words, reasons it could improve much more quickly than this report would be higher than expected adoption of Railtown's platform. Can you say 164 companies using Conductor? So that's a reason it could be much better than this report. Improved unit pricing, leading to higher revenue per user, and a higher valuation multiple. Can you say 150 times than anticipated? Key downside risks include lower than expected adoption, higher than expected dilution if they run into funding challenges, competition risk if Tony DeGennaro starts his own AI company, and slower growth because of tough economic conditions. All right, let's check the prices. Let's take a break from that scintillating report. All right, Railtown at 11.16 is bidding 58 cents, 36,820. The offer is 48,000. I'm sure it's a spoof. No one. You're not selling. The insiders with over 20%, 25%, they're not selling. The big block of holders that I've heard about in Canada with 50%, I don't think they're selling. I've heard there's a West Coast contingent that has bought shares almost the same amount that we have. We're not selling. Who the hell's selling? Spoofing. It's not a truthful. It's not finding its market price. And this works when the company is in a quiet period. As soon as it's out of a quiet period, unfortunately, I also think it needs to be at a higher price. But I think it will be. Institutions will start coming in, and institutions have their own analysts. They have their own trading desks. They have their own managers of portfolios who will pay attention to prices. So when Tony's friends come in to short the stock, if it's cheap, like right now, I think it's cheap, they'll come in with the buying. And they can, I hate the word, they can lever their buying too. They can almost match, almost. match the criminality. So there's gonna be some roadkill on the road to our horizons. Okay, let's get back to this. I want to finish this so I can say I did it. Company overview. This is page 4. Railtown, AI tool for smarter software development. Railtown AI is a technology company who develops artificial intelligent tools tailored for software development. The company's AI model is designed to understand various aspects of software development comprehensively. Railtown AI offers both cloud-based and on-premise deployment options to suit the different organizational needs of its clientele. The platform is notable for its quick processing, rapid processing, enabling real-time decision-making. It also learns and improves over time by analyzing data provided by its users. Furthermore, Railtown AI's platform can handle multiple types of data, including images and customized reports, and Greek and Chinese and Hindi and Fortran and anything, which adds to its utility in diverse development environments. Understanding generative AI, Gen AI, and large language models, LLMs. Traditional AI, the rule book approach. It sounds like the Old Testament, rule book. Traditional AI systems were based on rule-based approaches, and expert systems which relied on predefined rules and algorithms to make decisions or predictions without specific domains. These systems excelled at tasks like pattern recognition, classification, and structured data processing, but they lacked the ability to generate truly novel outputs or handle unstructured data effectively. For example, a spam filter uses traditional AI techniques to identify and block spam emails based on predefined rules and keywords and sender information. Traditional AI struggles with tasks requiring understanding or generating new information. It can't adapt to unexpected situations or create something entirely new. Imagine a chess program that can only play within established rules. It wouldn't be able to invent new strategies or adapt to an opponent's unpredictable moves. The advent of machine learning revolutionized AI by enabling systems to learn patterns and make predictions from data. Early ML machine learning algorithms such as linear regression and decision trees paved the way for more sophisticated techniques like neural networks. Machine learning algorithms can analyze vast amount of data, searching for patterns and relationships between different pieces of information. This data could be anything from sales figures and customer reviews to images and text. Based on the discovered patterns, machine learning models can make predictions and decisions on new, unseen data. Unlike traditional AI, machine learning does not require explicit programming for every scenario. It can learn and adapt on its own. becoming more accurate with more data. Neural networks mimic the structure and functions of the human brain. Just like our brains learn from experience, neural networks can learn complex patterns from vast amounts of data. They can handle intricate relationships between data points that might be invisible to simpler algorithms. This allows them to tackle more complex problems like image and speech recognition, natural language processing, and even self-driving cars. Deep learning is a subset of neural networks that uses multiple layers, hence the term deep. These layers allow the system to learn increasingly complex representations of data as it passes through the network. Think of it any way you want to. I don't want to talk about onions. I hate onions. To put it simply, neural networks are like interconnected layers of virtual brain cells that learn from examples, and deep learning is a powerful way of teaching computers to understand and interpret data by stacking many layers of these virtual brain cells. All right, now we get to generative AI. Generative AI, a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. Generative AI takes deep learning a step further by allowing machines not only to analyze data, but to create new content. Generative AI, including techniques like generative adversarial networks, GANs, and variational autoencoders, VAEs, has evolved from the foundation laid by neural networks and deep learning. Techniques like generative adversarial networks and variational autoencoders enable computers to generate realistic images, text, and music from scratch. This innovation has profound implications across industries, from art and entertainment to healthcare and finance, etc., where synthetic data can be used for training models and exploring new possibilities. Large language models are a specific type of generative AI focused on human language. Imagine a digital prodigy who has devoured countless books, articles, and code, possessing an unparalleled understanding of language structure and usage. That's essentially what LLM aspires to be. The key to an LLM's capabilities lies in the immense amount of data it's trained on. These models gobble up massive data sets of text and code, including books, articles, websites, code repositories, and even social media conversations. By analyzing these vast amounts of information, LLMs learn the intricate rules and nuances of language, including grammar, syntax, semantics, context, and writing styles. Moreover, LLMs can be fine-tuned on specific tasks or domains by providing task-specific data and labels, allowing them to adapt their knowledge to particular applications. This fine-tuning process enhances the LLM model performance and tailors the output to the desired context, whether it's medical text, legal documents, or customer service interactions. What if it replaces OnlyFans? Oh no. Railtown's task-specific LLM for software development. Key problems solved by Railtown. Data fragmentation in the software industries. I remember that from my computers. Data fragmentation in the software industry. To understand the problem in a simple way, imagine building a house, but I already read this to you, but let's do it again. Imagine building a house, but the blueprints are scattered all over the place. You might have some pieces with the architects, some with the engineers, and maybe even some scribbled on napkins. It's like trying to figure out how to put the house together by looking at all these different pieces of paper. It takes a lot of time and effort to piece them together. In the modern software industry, the process of developing and maintaining applications has become increasingly complex. The various teams and tools involved in software development generate a significant amount of valuable data, but this information is often scattered across multiple systems and platforms. For example, the team may use one tool to track bug reports and feature requests from customers, another tool to manage software deployment processes, and yet another system to monitor the performance of the live application. Each of these individual tools serves an important purpose, but the lack of integration between them can create challenges. Developers and managers often find themselves spending a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to gather information from these disparate sources to get a complete picture of how the software project is progressing. They may need to log into several different systems, extract data, and then manually piece it all together to understand such things as what new issues or bugs have been reported by customers. How is the latest software build performing in production? Are there any deployment-related problems which need to be addressed? What is the overall velocity and productivity of the development team? This fragmentation of data across multiple tools and platforms can lead to inefficiency. It does lead to inefficiency, as valuable time is lost in the process of consolidating information. It also increases the risk of important details being overlooked or misinterpreted, as the full context may not be readily available. So Railtown's created in this blue application general intelligence that they've trademarked. It's called application general intelligence, and it takes data from ticket data, it says develops data, application log data, documentation data, architecture data, and all gets processed in the application intelligence tools which is trademark. Railtown provides a single platform that comprehensively ingests and unifies all application data, making sense of it all. So the data fragmentation available in the current marketplace, there's a lot of tools like GitHub, Jenkins. They've got here about 15 of them: Confluence, Notion, Office 365, Google Docs. I can't read the other ones, but you get it. There's a lot of sources of data. So the data fragmentation, none of the prominent data providers seamlessly integrate and understand the full scope of a client's application. And you can see all the products. This is subdivided in a lot of brand name products. But what Railtown does is bring it all into one shoe. They have some other charts. I'm going to skip that. So the solution offered by Railtown's AI platform, the client's application securely sends development data to Railtown's platform. The data includes tickets, issue tick tracking or bug reports, builds, information related to software builds, logs and outcomes, logs, system and or application logs, which provide detailed insights into an application's operations, wiki, W-I-K-I, documentation and collaborative notes related to the project. And it might have comments in it, developer comments or notes that give context or additional information. So the Railtown AI platform, the Railtown platform processes and trains the data set. Excuse me, I left out a word. The Railtown platform processes and trains on the data set provided by the client's application, as well as ongoing client feedback. The goal is to develop application general intelligence, which refers to the platform's ability to understand and perform various development-related tasks autonomously. So then you get application general intelligence. The central component of Railtown AI's processes, the central component of Railtown AI processes the incoming data and leverages AI to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. Okay, so under the category of informing teams, the platform can analyze the data and provide insights or recommendations to development teams. This can include identifying potential issues, suggesting improvements, providing updates on the status of various components. Perform tasks. The platform can autonomously perform specific tasks based on the data it receives and the intelligence it has developed. These tasks can range from running tests to deploying builds or fixing issues. They can create solutions. Using the data and intelligence, the platform can generate new solutions such as writing code, creating new features, or implementing fixes. The platform, AI's platform, uses application programming interface that allows third-party developers and users to interact with it. Through the API, they can request the platform perform tasks or create new features and technical solutions without needing to write code themselves. These users can ask the Railtown platform to execute specific tasks or generate new functions via the provided API. This capability streamlines the development process, enabling rapid implementation of solutions, features, all by leveraging the platform's AI intelligence. In summary, Railtown's AI platform ingests various types of development data from a client's application. It processes this data to build application general intelligence and uses this intelligence further to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. Third-party developers and users are able to interact with the platform via an application programming interface in order to leverage its capabilities without directly writing code. They have a picture of it. I'm going to skip that. I've already read this. Railtown's current value proposition and future potential. Based on our discussions with several customers, the value proposition of Railtown's AI tool is quite impressive. In our interviews, customers reported that Railtown's platform saves each developer 15 to 25% of their time. Given the high costs associated with employing software developers, this level of efficiency translates into a significant return on investment. This makes Railtown AI's tool not only a time saver, but a cost-effective solution. The pricing per seat is considered reasonable, making it attractive. They go through the route, how it's used, and I'll just skip that. Currently, most of the users of the platform are using Railtown's platform as a root cause analyzer, given the meaningful time-saving benefits for software developers. As Railtown's product evolves into the second stage over the next few months, so that's not last year, Railtown's platform can perform as an automatic ticket generator. Anyway, they got some milestones in what it can do. They have a strategic partnership with Mila Quebec, which reduces their need to spend capital and it reduces the time to market. Ask Tony about Mila Quebec. I'm sure he studied it. So it's the Mila Quebec AI Institute, which should benefit the company in accelerating the time to market with each product release. Mila Quebec, also known as Mila, Montreal Institute for Learning Algorithms, is a well-respected research institute focusing on machine learning. Mila Quebec AI Institute collaborates with a broad spectrum of companies, ranging from startups to large multinationals. These collaborations are aimed at strategic partnerships to immensely benefit Railtown by providing access to AI engineering talent and non-dilutive financing. Ask Tony about this. What if Mila gives them non-dilutive financing, which might accelerate the company's time to market? And then we've gone through their sales strategy. They use a multi-channel approach. They use resellers like Microsoft's co-seller program, and they sell directly to companies. Let's skip through it. The addressable market, I think, is bigger than this, but let's see what they say. Railtown is strategically positioned in a rapidly growing global market of software developers, a segment poised for significant expansion in the near future. The global population of software developers is 28.7 million as of last year, and it grows slowly every year. This rate is fueled by a bunch of reasons. Revenue outlook. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and track record of its founders and senior management, we believe there is a high probability of Railtown capturing a meaningful market share of the total addressable market over the next 3 years. We believe the adoption rate of Railtown's platform will be higher in the USA, with the highest return on investment occurring in the USA. We expect Railtown to commence generating revenue from fiscal year 24 onwards. I think that's been skipped slightly because of the acquisition period, but we'll hear about that. I think there's revenue there. Given the early stage in the life cycle of the company, we take a slightly medium, longer term horizon. The valuation and target price recommendation, they use 12x and they dilute it by 20%. They do not factor the impact of net cash or debt on the equity value per share. Based on our assumptions, $2 is their target. And they give a list of revenue multiples from a year ago. Microsoft bought Xandr. They didn't disclose. Adobe bought Figma for 50 times revenue. Salesforce bought MuleSoft for 22 times revenue. Zoom bought Five9 for 34. Intuit bought Credit Karma 7x. Google bought Looker 13x. Salesforce bought Slack 30x. Microsoft bought Activation Blizzard 9x, Salesforce bought Tableau 14x, IBM bought Red Hat 32x, Amazon bought Twitch 12x, NVIDIA bought Mellanox for 21x. And the last thing I've already told you, the base case is $2 as a target. The bullish case is $3.60. And the bear case is 90 cents as a target. And then they give you all the risks. I can read the bullet points of the risks. Uncertain market adoption, funding challenges, regulatory risks, intellectual property issues, operational risks, dependence on key personnel, competitive landscape, economic conditions, product development risks. All right, that was tedious, but it's over with. It's over with. We're 58 cents to 58.61, and the volume is 572,000 shares. Pretty good. G-Bucks is down 30 cents at 155. Intel is down 8 cents at 25.76. I think that's an interesting possible thing down. I lost Finger. Let me get Finger. Finger is down 2 cents at 197. All right, I need to take a break from reading and see what your comments say. Wow. Okay. Good morning, John. Good morning. Let me see if this works. Nope. Let's see if this works. Nope, I guess I gotta use my finger. Good morning, John. Wow, Steve. You're going to be a millionaire. You're going to be a millionaire. I think you're going to be a multi-millionaire. Steve added 50K. AMD was up 4%. Well, you know, there's I've been seeing some research coming out now that the market's up. And I remember I said the SMH, I think I said it would go to 450. But anyway, when the markets were down, everybody was calling for them to collapse. I said, I'm not taking credit, but I said we're going to go to new highs. Anyway, everybody else is joining in on that. But I think it was Goldman Sachs. I might be wrong. It might be another firm recommending some of these stocks to buy AMD. And that's all part of the AI 2.0. Hasten on what? Okay, CB says, did you see the nonsense going on with Ralph? The Crims are here sucking out the proceeds. Stay strong. I agree with that. They may be sucking out proceeds somewhat, but they're going to have to give it all back in the case of Railtown. They're going to have no choice. I heard that some of the people out of Canada believe that even the over-the-counter markets are working in collusion with some investor group who are in trouble on the short side. The number as of, we call it the Ronk report. It has a different name on it, but the number as of Monday was 41 million shares short. I'm not sure you can just take that number, but it's a big, however you want to carve it down, it's a big number. But I bet over the last 2 or 3 days, that number's grown to 45 million. And it's always worked in the past because the stock goes down. It's not happening here. But also, they really have a lot of input on the so-called investment banking process. So they cheat every aspect of capital raising. There is no capital raising that's fair on Wall Street. And I think you can even say that about the bigger deals because we can't get in on those. And even those is a gravy train amongst all the players. So the only true place to get market price discovery is a fair market. And the over-the-counter markets are a joke. The NASDAQ market is a complete joke. I have a feeling Amex is too. Great job, Ted. Hey, Justin. That's pretty good, Justin. That's good. Let me write that down. feeling heady, so I'm trying to breathe. You did mention going off? Well, I'd like to talk about a squeeze later. I want to sit down. What I'd like to do, unless the squeeze happens the first day they make an announcement, I'd like to be able to process what's in the announcement. What I would be looking for mainly is revenue. Sorry, or how to project revenue reasonably. Because I think there's a point at which you don't sell, even if I'm making these numbers up, but let's say the stock opened at $15. You could say, oh my gosh, I got to get out. It's a short squeeze. I don't think so, but that's my initial read, because you run the risk of getting out, not getting back in. But to go to another extreme, if it went to $150, which I'm making up, I would think you'd have no choice but to take that trade, because I don't think it'll stay up there in the near term. But somewhere in between, there's a gray area, and I haven't really thought that through yet, because I don't feel like we have enough information. So I'd like to get that information. G-Bucks warrants are killing the shorts now. They're killing them softly with their strong song, with their song, killing my whole life with their word, with their word. I heard you have a new love. Just buy another million. Yeah, just like MMTLP and GTI, all of them. That's why I want to get out of it. It can make you mad, but I think the energy's much better spent on trying to make money. Yeah, I can see that the warrant is, I can see the warrant in G-Bucks is really killing the shorts at $1.60. I would just say they prevaricate, delay, hem and haw, and so you got to get through that. Railtown's down almost 3 cents. That's the pullback everybody was looking for. The last pullback, maybe. I bet no one gets them. That's right. My GTII shares, they said, well, we can't do a Rule 144 because the company is non-reporting, so you don't qualify for our Rule 144 program. What do you mean qualify? It's my right. Anyway, I don't even want to get in the fight. I'd rather spend my energy making sure everybody out there owns as much Railtown as possible. It can't go forever. We're in the golden age. Yeah, maybe. I think, yeah. I hope Railtown doesn't do a dividend or warrants. Why? I think that'd be cool. But I hope they don't do a gimmicky one. I hope they don't do a gimmicky one. They're not going to distribute warrants. I can almost certainly tell you that, because if you look at the Constellation software model, they're really parsimonious about issuing shares. So I don't think they'll issue warrants. But why not? I mean, if they can issue a dividend, cash, I'd take some cash. But I think that's a long way off. I think there's better uses for their money until then. My head is all right. So no one cares, but I'm going to change the subject just because my head is pounding. I'm going to read the top 10. The Major League Baseball draft is this weekend. And I'm going to read the top 10 in baseball, the Bleacher Reports mock draft, just the top 10. I'm just going to do it quickly. Washington, they have us getting Cade Anderson. Maybe. They have the Angels getting Liam Doyle, probably. Seattle, Seth Hernandez, probably. Colorado, Ethan Holiday. I wish we were getting Holiday. St. Louis, Eli Willits. He could go number 1. Pittsburgh getting Iva Arquette. He could go number 1. Miami, Jamie Arnold, left-hand pitcher. Oh, okay. Toronto, Ike Irish. I like that name, Ike Irish. Cincinnati, Joe Parker. Like that name too, JoJo. And then the White Sox, Billy Carlson. Oh, that's interesting. Former UK Prime Minister returns to Goldman Sachs. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. All right, let's read that. It'll change our brain for 5 minutes. This was posted July 10th by Martin Armstrong. Jeffrey Epstein carried out the most successful, deeply rooted blackmail operation in modern history. U.S. intelligence agencies suddenly pivoted to say that Jeffrey Epstein never kept a client list, did not blackmail political figures, and was not murdered. Epstein's case has been deemed a conspiracy by the deep state. But the truth of the matter is that his connection runs so deeply that unveiling the plethora of information he kept could topple governments. Those familiar with my writings are aware of, quote unquote, the club, a group of powerful market manipulators who possess the financial means to create shadow governments. Robert Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell's father, with deep ties to Mossad. In an earlier post, I explained in detail Maxwell's connection to the club, Goldman Sachs, Lehman, Safra, and the other major players. Quote, the plot to seize Russia, unquote, also details his connections that tie into the deep state intelligence agencies. Epstein Island was far more than a pedophile ring. On the first day of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, the CEO of Twitter resigned, the CEO of Walmart resigned, the CEO of CNBC resigned. I believe Epstein was running one of the largest honeypot schemes in modern history. He likely offered two big services, one being the most detestable crime known to man, and the other being the service of blackmail. He used his money and connections to grow his successful operation and was protected by his powerful clients. The blackmail he compiled on countless elites is now in the hands of the U.S. government. Everyone visited Epstein Island on both sides of the aisle of government. I'd imagine the majority of major public figures would be on the Epstein list to some capacity. The FBI and CIA have been sitting on a mountain of evidence for years. Not a single person, besides Ghislaine Maxwell, has been arrested or prosecuted. Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for trafficking children to no one? We know of numerous high-profile members of Epstein's inner circle already, but they have neither been canceled or investigated. What happened to believe all women? Poor Virginia. No one believed her. No one believed Tara Reid either. They all believed that kook that named her cat Vagina or something. With the blue hair from Bergdorf. We know of numerous high-profile members of Epstein's inner circle already, but they've neither been canceled or investigated. The government began deliberately releasing information incrementally to distract the public from bigger issues. These news stories, like slaughtering Gaza Strip. These news stories reach every outlet globally, but nothing ever comes of it. The Trump administration put on quite a show by handing out binders filled with alleged classified information on Epstein. This material is never going to be released, never going to see the light of day, AG Pam Bondi recently stated. Yet in February 2025, Bondi said that the new administration wanted the public to have transparency regarding the Epstein files. Quote, "It's a new administration and everything is going to come out to the public," unquote, further suggesting imminent disclosure of significant new information relating to Epstein's case. She clearly stated that there was, in fact, a client list that would be released to the public. The U.S. justice system acknowledged the crime when Maxwell was indicted in 2021. The charges set forth herein stem from the role of Ghislaine Maxwell, the defendant, in the sexual exploitation and abuse of multiple minor girls by Jeffrey Epstein, in particular from at least in or around 1994 up to and including in or about 2004, Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of minor girls by helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell to be under the age, and Epstein to be under the age of 18. The victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed. I guess you don't believe girls if they're a victim or if they're Palestinian. As part and in furtherance of the scheme to abuse minor victims, Maxwell and Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for sexual abuse. In an effort to conceal her crimes, Maxwell lied. To continue with what Martin says, I am the only person who can speak with any authoritative knowledge of 10 South, the hole where Jeffrey Epstein supposedly killed himself in the prison, which is a joke. When they were taking my lawyers away, they did not want them to talk to me. They amazingly put me, this is this is Martin Armstrong, in 10 South with all the terrorists, which is the most secure facility in New York City, period. They later said they had no idea how I got there. This is where the feds love to torture people. Let me make a fundamental statement that nobody in the media talks about. They have a special room for people on suicide watch. Epstein was not in that cell. It has a large concrete bed with 1-inch plastic mattress. Your hands and feet are tied so you cannot harm yourself. I was in the hole there, not on criminal charges or anything, but in civil contempt of court, thrown in with the terrorists from the World Trade Center attack, the first one. I was not in the suicide cell. On July 25th, 2019, I warned that Epstein would never be allowed to go to trial. They tried to kill me, but I survived after being in a coma for several days. This is what they do when they cannot take you to trial. Remember the torture they were doing in Abu Ghraib? The U.S. pays professionals to learn how to torture. Guantanamo Bay would be an empty prison if they were guilty. They would put them on trial publicly and pump up the press, and the prosecutors would become famous and then run for political office. Their best case was put on trial, and the jury found him innocent of 200 charges of guilty, and they found him guilty of only one count of conspiracy. Epstein would have been able to call everyone to court as a witness. It would have been the most sensational trial in history. There was no way he was going to be allowed to go to trial. From inside sources on Capitol Hill, I was told they tried to release Guantanamo Bay prisoners quietly, but they were killed back home, assuming they were CIA spies. They have been completely denied due process of law and anything that remotely resembles human rights. The entire video surveillance on Jeffrey Epstein that was released is not only fake, but there's a minute missing. Then they claim that the 2 guards supervising the highest profile prisoner were asleep on the job. The guards were not punished because they cooperated. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. Just Donald Trump's sudden pivot on the Epstein case comes at a time the same as Netanyahu's visit, which is no surprise here. The U.S. government may have seized the files from Epstein Island, but Epstein was working for Mossad, and they too have all the information. The ties are absolutely everywhere, and no one in the United States government will ever allow Epstein trial to see the light of the day. So now the entire Epstein Island debacle has been classified as a conspiracy in order to protect the deep state. Confidence in government has been permanently undermined. Did you read how the Indian regulators are going against market manipulators recently? They went after Jane Street. No, I didn't. I'll look that up. That account settings in general, what's going to happen, the gold and silver are moving east first. But there is going to be a country, and India would be the best one. I don't think that people would trust it right away, but they speak English through and through. But I think Abu Dhabi would be a good place, or Dubai. Russia would be a little more impractical. Maybe Singapore, maybe China. But anyway, what's going to happen is they're going to make honest markets somewhere in the rest of the world, and capital will flow to those markets, and it will damage U.S. supremacy. Hey, Donna. All right, Northeast Iowa. Corn-fed and Iowa bred. Northeast Iowa. $10,000 shares. Don't wait. If you're thirsty for more, my advice is to not wait. The chances are, I don't know about tomorrow because tomorrow's the end of the week. But maybe Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday next week. But then Thursday or Friday, I wouldn't think so. So then if it didn't happen, then it'd be the next week in the beginning to the middle of the week. But at some point, which could be any day, they could announce that they've closed the transaction. And I think you won't be able to buy the stock under, my guess is you won't be able to buy the stock under $1.20. I think that's right. I think Trump is very much in the capture of Benjamin Netanyahu and AIPAC. And I guess it's, if I understand it, I don't know how many, it's hard to believe how many Jews are in the world. Is it 12 million or 20 million? But in Israel, I think it's 8 million or 6 million. And the entirety of the United States foreign policy, its budget, its taxpayer base, its military, its diplomacy, its financial resources are dedicated to the cause of those 6 to 8 million people. It's an interesting, I mean, I don't know if you sat down, if one of those bankers sat down and did a benefit analysis of the cost and benefits of this, particularly over the last 20, 25 years, I don't think there's any benefit. We haven't gotten anything out of the Middle East except chaos and killing and slaughter. And it's been very expensive. While we're doing that, and I had a girlfriend I predicted this to. She said I was crazy. That's 20 some years ago. And I should have written it down so I could prove it to you. But while we're doing all that, China is buying and building infrastructure, buying ports, building canals in Central America and South America. China's locking up resources all around the world while we're doing this errand boy work for Israel. And it's not all of Israel. Well, 70% of Israel believes that the slaughter of Palestinian children is okay because they're rats and they're going to grow up to be terrorists. This is the kind of thinking that the German people had. But now the history books say, how could Germany do that? Well, you're watching it in live view, how human beings can become murderous exterminators of other human beings, and how they're capable of massive justification for their evil and the horror that they wreak on children and women and civilians, God's children. But they can rationalize it because God chose 10 million people. The thing is, there's a new covenant, and I guess somewhere between the Torah and changes in religion, God decided not to smite and smote. I just bought 173 shares. Michael Haight. That's great. Yeah, 73, not 78. Okay, that's great. 8 million there have free health care. They have free health care. They have free citizenship. They can live like terrible neighbors, bomb Gaza Strip, bomb Lebanon, attack Syria, steal the oil, steal secrets, launch a war unsolicited on Iran, and ask the United States to attack Iraq, and have Palestinians overwhelm Jordan. And the United States always does what they're going to do, say they want, they need. That was an ignorant statement, Trump, under Bibi's thumb. Yeah. The thing is, I'm assuming you're younger than I am. My generation mostly doesn't agree with me. Mostly they believe, I don't have a problem with that. Those Arabs, they're just so unruly. The fighting's been going on for millions of years, thousands of years, whatever. But younger generations are exactly the opposite. So it's going to tear our country apart. We have squandered trillions of dollars. We've destroyed the lives of young Americans, much less people in the Middle East, on behalf of the Israeli-driven wars in the Middle East. Or the other option is Israel's doing what we request, but our government's run by AIPAC. We send them $50 billion a year. They spend back a few tens of millions, and they corrupt the entire Congress. It's our system. But at some point, is anyone going to sit down and say, kids can't buy homes, they can't pay their college education, they don't have a future in the economy. But let's send all our money to Israel? To what end? It's not like Israel's winning the war. It's not like Israel's making any friends. Yes, Israel is stealing oil and gas, and so they'll have some money, but they're not going to be any more secure. It's not working. But I predict, and it's not a hard prediction, but it's going to break the United States apart internally. The younger generation will rebel against us, the older generation, because of the absolute misallocation of borrowed money and the squandering of our resources while China, India, Iran, Russia have moved ahead. And younger people do not tolerate. Younger people see Palestinians as human beings, which they are. Israelis, 70% of Israelis see Palestinians as animals. That's what Hitler said about Jews and Gypsies and Catholics, certain ones, but basically about Jews in Germany. Why? Because if you can think of people as animals, rats, you can do terribly inhumane things to them and still feel good about yourself. Do you remember that picture of Amen Goth shooting people, cigarette shooting people? Just banal evil. Well, that's what, there's a soldier, there's an Israeli soldier on TikTok smiling, bragging. He had just shot 12 civilians. Just target practice. Boom, 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 while they waited in a tent or in line for food. But we go along with it. Trump goes along with it. And everyone loves Trump. But we are supporting a genocide on a scale that I would argue is in many ways, to me, more horrible than what happened in Germany. Why? Because what happened in Germany, we didn't have internet. We didn't have fax machines. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have satellites. So the news traveled very slowly, and you could deny the news. But now we're seeing it, but we're still denying the news. We're still denying the news. It's going to be the shame. It's going to be the stain on our generation that we support this murderous, psychotic, insane man, Benjamin Netanyahu. And if anyone says that Benjamin Netanyahu believes in God, I would have to ask them to step outside. That's a Monty Python line. Let's just get back to the mundane. While people in Gaza are starving, while children's bellies are expanding like we used to see from the children in Biafra, and they're missing nutrients, their bodies are taking the key nutrients out of their bones, so they'll never be a healthy adult if Israel doesn't shoot them in the head or bomb them or take a tank over them. But hey, it's all okay. Bring Bibi into the White House. Give him he's Hitler. Bibi Netanyahu, that's not even his real name, is Hitler. And we're whining and dining him. But hey, I'm sure we'll get away with it. We'll be welcome around the world. Our passports will be welcome. We'll get a front seat at the BRICS table. You guys are crazy. They did it on October 7th. The fact is, on October 7th, Israel let their guard down on purpose. It was Benjamin Netanyahu's way out of being arrested and sentenced. Terrible thing to say, but it's true. This is horrible. That's horrible. I don't want to join in on that comment. I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm anti-Zionism. I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm anti-secular. I'm anti-secular colonialism led by white Europeans. I'm not anti-Jewish, so don't put me in with Henry Ford. The cabal is real. War is horrible, and it boils down to the CIA and the IDF. I think Mossad, and I think I don't think you're right about any of that. I think those are all tools. I think it's the financial system, and I think it's the banksters, and the original banking supremacy. I mean, you could talk about Italy or Holland. I'm not sure France ever really made it. There was that period. There was the period under John Law, but I think that was a short enough period that maybe you don't count it. But the real banksterism started in London, and I don't think it's finished. It may have shifted to New York City, but the compounding and the debt turning the rest of the world into slaves, and colonialism, the lording of a certain subset of white men over the entire world, has never stopped. And I think the United States just slipped into, I think we might be just a tool of whatever. I don't think it's MI6. I'm trying to think what their foreign agency is called, but we might be a tool of the Brits, and Israel might be a tool of the Brits. I don't know, but the power structure probably is a 400-year or so thing, tied entirely with the banking system and the monetary system, which is based on the colonial capture of other people's resources, particularly through the use of debt. And we do it. We did it. We walked around the world after World War II, and we did it. But I think it's interesting that Netanyahu comes to D.C. and Trump announces he's going to send more arms to that absolute puny actor, Zelensky. I mean, puny as a human being, not in size. Why would Israel care if we sent arms to Zelensky? I don't know. It's there and it's right out in the open, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. But I think the czarist regimes really, they were as evil as Hitler when it came to the Jews, and maybe there's an aspect of fighting Russia in response to that. But I don't know that it's that. I think it's Russia has $100 trillion worth of resources. 100 trillion. Iran has the world. I mean, at least if you accept the gross amount stated, I'm not sure it's accurate, but Iran has the world's maybe 5th largest oil and gas reserves. And none of those reserves in Iran or now in the Soviet Union are tied up by the Western banks. The collateral is not claimed by the banking system. And I think that's what the war is about. The banks want that collateral. I think we've run out of collateral to hypothecate and rehypothecate and rehypothecate and rehypothecate and rehypothecate and steal from. They've come down into the over-the-counter market, but that's not that big. They're doing it in the precious metals market. They're doing it in the bond market. They tried to come into the housing market, but where else the hell are they going to go? They want regime change in Iran and they want regime change in Russia so they can get the collateral into the New York banking system, the British banking system. And all the owners of those banks, they're not dedicated to any one country. They're all international. They can live anywhere, and they do. I think it's the last gasp of a dying financial system. We're going to war because we need collateral. That's my opinion. Keep expanding the debt. Keep concentrating the wealth. I don't know why, though, it would be in Benjamin Netanyahu's best interest for the United States to send weapons to Zelensky when Israel needs weapons, and we've run out of weapons. Do you know that in the United States, we can refurbish old tanks? We do it. It takes 10 months to refurbish, outfit one tank. This is what I remember. One tank. We don't build tanks. We just outfit anew. One tank every 10 months. Something like that. My understanding is Russia builds 10 tanks a month. I might have those numbers somewhat off, but what I'm trying to dramatize, I guess, is Russia is producing tanks at a volume they can keep tanks on the ground. We're not, but we're at war. So why are we sending it to Zelensky? I think the answer is that Benjamin Netanyahu does not intend to maintain the peace. And he doesn't want Russia coming to the Middle East. Benjamin Netanyahu is going to steal all the oil in the Golan Heights and in Syria because, God gave it to him 3,000 years ago. This is a secular Jew. He's not religious. He couldn't be. If he had the Holy Spirit in him, he couldn't do the things he's doing. Of course, I'm not sure they believe in the Trinity, but, and I'm not saying they should. I'm just, I'm showing, I don't know the tenets, all of the tenets. But they are stealing the gas and oil off of Gaza, and they want to steal the land. And their final solution is to drive all Palestinians either into the grave or to Libya. What the hell? What the hell? And, it's a canard that the Romans kicked the Jews out of their land. It's all fiction. But we have to pay for it, and you can't say anything about it. We have to pay for it. Our lives in America have gone downhill at a clip unbelievable over the last 20 years, 40 years, all to support that petty, murderous man. And to what event? What do we get out of it? Our Congress people get some money sent back to them from Israel? Jesus Christ is going to come back sooner than Jesus Christ otherwise would have? Do the Christian Zionists actually feel like we can fool Jesus Christ? Why? We're waiting for Christ to return, and he's going to return when there's a war in Israel with Mag and Gog and the enemy from the north. Why don't we just start a war and he'll come back sooner? Do Christian Zionists really believe they can dictate the schedule Jesus Christ returns? This is all human insanity. And the only thing that explains it is the banking system. The only thing that explains it is trying to claim the resources. And brown-skinned people, Arab people, be damned. The money should go to the pale, white, tall men out of certain parts of London. No Irish. It's like that Peter Griffin thing. No, he said no blacks, no Asians, no Hispanics, only white men. And then he said, you know what? Only certain white men. No Irish, no Italian. It's just awful. It's all awful. The whole thing is awful. But I think it's the banks. I really think it's the banks. And I think wars are caused by the appetites of the banks. People get rich if they go into the system, go along with it, but wealth comes and flows over hundreds of years. The Astors are rich and they lose it all, the Vanderbilts, other names like that. Kennedys probably don't have anywhere near the money people think they do. But over hundreds of years, money compounds at the banks. It compounds and compounds, particularly if you can lend out money that doesn't exist. And now they're trying to do it with securities. They are doing it with securities. But the debt has grown so big. We now have apparently, according to that thing I read to you, derivatives of 1,500 trillion. 1,500 trillion in derivatives. Now, you may say that's notational. I say it's all gambling, and you collateralize one with the other. I've learned that in my own experience. I had a portfolio for a few years of primarily oil and gas companies, not on margin, but they were smaller. They were but they are all good, all well run. I didn't know as much about the shorting back then. I wish I did. But each of the companies hedged their production. And the firms that were the other side of those hedges, primarily Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers. So when they went down, the hedges went down, and my $2.3 million account, in the space of, I don't know, a month, maybe at the most 3 months. But I'd say within about 4 to 6 weeks was worth 150 grand. I mean, when it first went down, a friend of mine said, "Why didn't you sell?" When it first went down, I said, "Oh, I can live with it. I can live with 2 million." It went down again. "Oh, I can live. It hurt, but I can live with 1.5 million. It's going to recover." You know, they've got production, but what I didn't count for, I was younger, it happened a long time ago. I didn't count for that the hedges weren't worth anything. So the companies all, and the banks, by the way, got all the assets back again to hypothecate legitimately once, and then they can do it again. So I don't think the 1,500,000 trillions of derivatives, you can tell me it's offset, but I don't believe it. It's offset by what? More fiction. And then the debt, the global debt, is something like 350 to 400 trillion dollars global debt. To whom? Every single government in the world is in debt. I think except Russia. I'm not sure, but I think Russia's in at least relatively good shape. China's in debt. They got the troubles. I don't know about Iran. But to whom? To ourselves. It's all a con game. It's all a confidence game. And so when the bubble pricks, we're going to have a crash that's unbelievable. And that's why I think we're going to war. We're going to war. And I think Netanyahu takes advantage of it. He's after greater Israel. He's not going to be happy until he owns the top of the Middle East from the Nile to, I forget what the other river was called. That's my Joe Biden moment. The one that runs through, the two rivers that run through Iraq. It's just my brain. All I can think of is the Bosphorus, and it's the wrong name. But anyway, he wants empire in that sort of Near East Asia, but he doesn't want to fight for it or spend the money. He wants us to do it. What do we get out of it? I don't understand what we get out of it. Do we assuage our guilt from 90 years ago because we let it happen in Germany? What do we do about our guilt in Cambodia, our guilt in Africa, our guilt over slavery, our guilt of what happened to the Chinese? What do we do with our guilt elsewhere in the world? But the only guilt that matters, so we have to squander our entire financial and economic system for this absolute bloody murdering dolt, lying Benjamin Netanyahu. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Anyway, sorry. That got rid of my headache because I wasn't talking about the markets. I know silver's 37 bucks. I've been waiting for money to come to buy it at 27 bucks. The money will never come till that it's 100. I've been pitching silver, Pete, and I stopped about a month ago. Every day I pitch silver. I can't find my calendar, but I stopped because on June 5th is when I really I've been talking about Railtown for a long time, but June 5th is when I came on, and I think I hammered Steve that day. So that was June 5th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's almost 5 weeks ago. And I decided, Pete, to only focus on Railtown, because what I've learned here is if I'm not explicit, there's always room to misunderstand or not remember it. But Pete, I think silver's going to 120, and I think people are going to miss the boat on silver. Silver is a very similar story to Railtown in price targets. I said you got to have Railtown at 30 cents, 35 cents. When it breaks 40, it's going to go. And when it breaks 50, it's going to go. When it breaks 62, it's going to 100, 120. Same thing with silver. When silver breaks 40, it's going to run to 50. When silver breaks 52, it's going to $100. And people aren't in it. But having said that, Pete, now that silver is $40, the potential return in the short run in terms of X isn't quite as much. To go from $40 to 120 is 3X. When I've been pitching it and talking about it and wanting to build my own position, it was in the low 20s. I was still calling for those numbers. It was actually $16. But it's just what happens when you don't have cash flow and you lose your wealth. You can't act. I've tried to get people to do it, but it's different when you have to explain it to others. So silver has more than doubled from when I was hammering the table on it, not to you guys, to other investors. And I thought, wow, darn it, it's doubled. It's more than doubled. So now to build the position costs twice as much. I personally, I don't think the money I'm looking for is ever going to come. I think I'm going to miss the silver run, even though I was the strongest advocate of silver. I think silver's going to 120. There's a belief that silver and gold will pull back in a crash. I'm not altogether sure that's true. I'd rather be in silver than have it go to 120 and hope it pulls back, because the gold in the world is going to the east. It's going to China, Russia, Iran. It's going through the sale of oil. But the paper markets in the United States are being drained of physical gold. Same for silver. And by the time you understand silver and its headline news, silver will be $1,000 an ounce, $3,000 an ounce. Gold will be $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $40,000 an ounce. And I actually think silver is going to trade 1-for-1 with gold, because silver is more valuable than gold. Gold's a concept. Silver is an industrial commodity. But I've been squawking to people to buy silver, and I think the first thing to buy, since we're on the subject, if you don't own silver, is physical silver. And I think what John calls constitutional silver, I call junk silver. That would be where I'd start, and I'd have it delivered to my house or stored somewhere out of the system, because that will run out first. When it hits the consciousness of the West, that'll run first. I then would focus, I think, if you don't have anything else, I would focus on monster boxes of the walking liberty of the US dollar. It's boring, I know, but if you buy it from the mints, it's not counterfeit. It's highly recognizable. And you'll have no problem selling it. That's true also. I mean, the Canadian maple leaf and the Canadian, the birds and the animals, I forget what they call that, but they have the other coins out of Canada. Those are all 49. They're 0.999. The U.S. silver is only 0.99. Doesn't matter. It all gets adjusted in the price. But the Canadian maple leaf should be well accepted, but you don't know. You don't know. Anywhere in the United States, people recognize the U.S. Dollar coin, silver coin. The Mexican coin, I forget, it's called the Libertad. I think that's valuable, but again, it in that heat of the panic, in the heat of I got to get the hell out of town, and you're trying to sell something, the Libertad might not. I'm talking in the panic times. The Libertad you might have to get out of at a discount. So I would first allocate money to junk silver, and then I'd allocate it to the boring but beautiful U.S. silver dollar. If you're really wealthy, like Steve, there are places to buy silver and gold bars and store it. Once Steve is wealthy, the constitutional silver will sell out. It's possible the U.S. Mint will sell out. There are other very valuable coins. The Austrian Philharmonic is definitely valuable, but we don't live in Europe. The Australian coins, there's those of you who poo-poo Australian table wines. But I've had a Cockney Rod Laver, and it had a kick on it like an Aborigines armpit or something. I can't remember that skit from Monty Python. But those, as you expand outward, you can buy some of those. I like the Somalian elephant. I used to have a bunch of those. They're popular. But to keep it simple, junk silver and U.S. walking liberty coins. That's all you got to focus on in the physical realm. You can buy the bars and what do you call them? There's a name for something that's not a coin, but it's a silver. It's a round lot or something. My brain's not working. Anyway, there's other things you can buy, but those are the two I'd focus on. There will be mining stocks to buy. Once we have a core of money, I will have introductions and all that to you for those. But the mining area has been destroyed by the same criminality. Yet, you're already seeing acquisitions going on in the mining area. Wealth will be created in the mining area. and that's gold and silver. And if I ever get this gold company funded, you're going to make, in my judgment, you're going to make gigantic returns in that. It's all risk, but it's been hell getting money in. Yeah, and the way I would do the equities is I would buy the bigger names first. They haven't begun to move. Well, they have begun to move, but they haven't finished their move. It's like a waterfall. You buy the best names, the second best, and then the third and fourth run. The way investment managers think, they'll buy up the blue chip gold and silver stocks until they're overvalued or just overvalued. Then they'll change their valuation metrics. As gold goes up and as money flows in, they'll change the valuation metrics so it can still go up a bit further. And then once these gold companies get out from the yoke of private equity and they can start spending their distributable cash flow on share buybacks or buying other companies rather than paying back the slave masters of private equity, these stocks can give you kick-ass returns. But as they get fairly priced, then the secondary tier goes up. And I don't know where, the one I always use as my example is Alamis Gold. I met the CEO, great company, but I think it might be a first-tier company now. It's gotten bigger. And then you go to the third tier, and then you go to the non-producers that have a chance. And in the mania, I had a lot of gold companies and silver companies. Every company out there will say, we're buying a gold company. We've got a gold asset. And it's all bullshit just to bring in money in. So many of them will be con jobs. But for the ones that are real, you just stick with the ones that are real. The returns are going to be just out of this world. But Pete, right now, as I was studying silver, talking about silver, obviously I had the message of Finger, the message of G-Bucks coming blasting literally in my ear. Every time I went live, an hour went to those type of names, and that's distracting. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it gets you off of it. Also, I've been hoping to start something, but it's all in God's hands. I don't know how to speed anything up. All I do is sit and wait. Anyway, what I wanted to say is to buy silver now is $40. A year ago, you could have purchased it at 20 or 25. It's just life. It's just life. And you're going to love it. People are going to pour in when it's 100. I just wish you guys could have built a position lower. I think some people did. I was unable to. I don't have the money. And I'm, what I've been waiting on is like waiting for the waiting on Godot. It's just an impossibility. Anyway, Pete, then while I was doing that, and I had hopes that some people would trade out of Finger on that run. That took up 3 or 4 months. I didn't know what to say about G-Bucks. And then I also thought Nixie had a really good shot. But then you look at the characters behind it, and as a friend of mine says, look at their track record, and you start wondering, I don't know. So anyway, and I want to show you that if my brain stops pounding. Pete, I was also working the Railtown story since last October, maybe. Might have been earlier. And I talked to people about Railtown here last year. And I really believed Railtown was a simple revaluation story. It was a simple software technology R&D company, and I've screened a lot of those, and I'm always dismissive. But as I heard the story and caught on to the fact that they were actually solving a problem with their software, it wasn't just put AI on the front of biotech and go buy a gold company and put in some Bitcoin and distribute a warrant. You know, it wasn't one of those stories. I'm not picking on any companies. I'm just telling you that's what goes on there. That one that I'm thinking of is Quintainment or something, QNTM or something. Anyway, I don't remember them. It runs up and then it's back down because it's all buzzwords. Every buzzword out there they expect to fool you with. But anyway, what happened in particular as it related to the timing is I received I used to subscribe to this guy Alturer. So I get my email has become junk. It's all junk. It's just hard to read anymore. But I constantly am hit up by him with the newest crypto or newest whatever. Anyway, he sent a video on AI 2.0, so I clicked it. I must have tried to watch that 3 or 4 times, and he's so repetitive. And then I'd go away, and the video would start at the beginning, so I had to listen for another, and I could never make it past 45 minutes. And there was no way to speed it up. But the key thing that Alturer said, and maybe I can show that to you, there was 2 or 3 things. I wrote some down. I put it on here when you were, I put part of his on here when we were live. I don't know if I wrote it down here. Uh-oh. Maybe I don't have it. Bastard. I might not have it. I could have sworn. I had it. Here it is. I was looking for blue ink and it's black ink, so I skipped over the black ink part. I was wrong. It's always about your assumptions. So what Alturer said on his video was that AI 2.0 is going to make crypto look like a ripple. It's going to create a tidal wave of wealth, and it's our generation's last chance at changing our financial situation. AI 2.0 isn't just a far-off dream. It's already here. Forget about crypto, he said. AI 2.0 is where you're going to make your wealth. He said, as a wealth building opportunity, it's one, AI 2.0, it's one that you haven't seen in the financial space in 150 years. And I wonder what he's talking about, 150 years. It could be It could be the rails. It could be oil. It could just be the robber barons in general. I don't know what he's talking about that happened 150 years ago. Anyway, he said that the AI market, the AI 2.0, is going to be a $15.7 trillion bull market. And he actually stood on the stage and said, this is James Altucher, and you think I need a haircut. He stood there and said, this will be the first $100 trillion industry. $100 trillion industry. When we stopped listening, the last thing he said, AI 2.0 will be more significant than any technology breakthrough ever. I wonder what he thinks about the radio. Anyway, that's what he said. So I got that in my head, Pete. So I knew the story on Railtown as a standalone, going from R&D, proving its revenue, and then selling itself. To me, the most logical was Microsoft. When you look at their website, they've got 3 entranceways into Microsoft. Corey Brandolini sold one of his companies to Microsoft, but of course, there's some other founders sold companies to Starbucks and KW Real Estate. I don't think those guys are going to buy Railtown. So Microsoft seemed like, well, he knows the people. Maybe that's what. But there's AMD, there's NVIDIA. It could be somebody outside of the network. But anyway, to me, Railtown was a pretty clear case of, you've got a company that spent 6 years building an outstanding product. They're first to market, ready to go. They're going to get customers. They'll get a 12x, 20x multiple, and they'll sell to Microsoft, say. So that's how I first saw that and was talking about it back last year. But then comes, and of course I talked about Nixie, and that disappointed. It made people money, but then it delayed. And then, and there's a reason for that. The shorts came in and stopped it. But then, coming to the new year, I'm still, I'm listening to the other stories. I had some of the other stocks, but I'm still thinking, Railtown is the best play I see in the stock market. And, but it was nothing was happening. It's like, what the hell? And so I called around to different people, different investors in it. And one of the guys said to me, you don't understand what's going on here. I said, no, I do. And I went through my little pitch. He said, no, you don't understand. This AI partners that they're talking to, this relationship, I don't know if it had been announced or not, that they were buying it, but they said joining this group is huge, because they're going to be able to sell their products across all these customers. I said, I see. So that's why they're not aggressively trying to ramp up their revenues, because they're trying to work out that relationship. And then it was announced they're being bought out. So what happened with Railtown, Pete, is it got much bigger. The delays in my own desired timeline was because the story at Railtown not only got bigger, it got bigger by a factor, probably 10 doesn't do it. Probably a factor of 20 or 30 times. We'll find out as the information comes out, but it is huge. And so I was still diddling around believing this idea that these other stocks have a way of working. And then I was trying to process the delay in Railtown, because that's where I really thought a multiple would come very quickly, whether it was 3x, 5x, maybe 10x, just as a standalone and being bought out, within a year, within 6 months, because that's how technology that I've experienced that works before happens. So I decided Railtown's it, baby. But while they're futzing through whatever they're doing with talking to all those companies, whatever they're doing, there's time to see that Nixie works, or see like G-Bucks or the others. And by the way, my whole goal is to make a profit so I can buy silver. But if silver goes to 75, I'm not sure it's time to buy it. It'll probably double from there, but it'll be really volatile. And I do think there's a sell-off coming in the market. I don't know. I'm a bit wishy-washy on it. That's why it's so easy to buy when there's blood in the streets. If you're just willing to wait and you know the story, when the price is on the absolute floor, you buy. But anyway, so I was playing those other stocks, hoping to get trades that I could at least, I used to own 10 plus or 12 plus. Anyway, I probably had 7,000 ounces, maybe 6,500 ounces of silver. That was a while ago. And I always wanted to replace them, but it doesn't look like I'm going to have a chance. But anyway, that's why I was trading these stocks. All along I've been trading that, trying to get back some semblance of that position. Anyway, Pete, as this year went by, Nixie didn't work, G-Bucks didn't work, Finger worked, but then didn't. It's like, what am I doing with all of these? So June came, and I basically thought when the February 11th MOU was announced, we'd have to wait 30 days, maybe 45 days. And then it took longer. I thought, oh, well, it must be a competition issue. Just have to wait 60 days, maybe 75 days. Well, then when it went past that, I'm like, what? Why is it taking so long? And the feedback I got, which I couldn't confirm, of course, because I don't have a beeline to the company, is just that everyone expected the deal to work out, and it was just taking time. And I said, all right, I understand. Everything takes time. So in my head, Pete, I said February, March, April, May. That should be enough time. So I figured I don't own Railtown, or own very little. I can play these others. Hopefully that works out. But when it came to June, for the reasons I've stated before, end of the second quarter, end of the 6 months, this timing is getting tight. So the 5th day of June, I swapped out. But that was Railtown going from one AI company and a great product to potentially dozens of companies in this AIP model. And I sent for a study, paid for it about multiples, and it became powerful. But at the same time, I listened to this James Altucher video. I was like, well, he's just pushing his own subscription, but it makes sense. He's been right before, pretty sharp guy. But then my friend from my office where we work together sent me the Morgan Stanley video on there's a name for it, but AI. I don't think he called it AI 2.0, but it's the next generation of AI, and he talked about how this first generation collected all the data, but this next generation is going to use the data real time in the eyeballs, in the cars, in real time decision making, and it's going to change our lives forever. And it's just a huge leap in human experience, and it's the great next investment opportunity ahead of us. And part of his argument was quantum computing, the data centers, the huge data centers, and NVIDIA. I mean, there's other companies too, but I hate this word, the compute power has just leapt quantumly recent time. So AI 2.0 can be a reality. AI 2.0 can process millions of cars, taxi cabs on the highway, for example. And all of it is based on software, AI software. Well, guess what Railtown does? And they're the first to market. And they're the best. Apparently, again, it's just all, when you talk to people, it's all rumors, but the AI generative, whatever they call it, their product, Railtown's product, everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. So, Pete, I decided to focus. I didn't think it would be 4 weeks. I didn't think it'd be 5 weeks. I thought I probably had a day. And then the next day, I thought I had a day. Then the next day, I thought I had a day. And I've been talking about Railtown now for 4.5 weeks. And I've dedicated all my thought process to Railtown because I want it clear to everybody that I think everybody should buy Railtown, nothing else. Everything in your account should be Railtown right now. We'll talk about it after it gives a 10x. I think Railtown now with AI partners and the fact that Morgan Stanley is training its wealth advisors to understand AI means that Wall Street is going to create a complete sea of capital ready to invest in the AI space. And a lot of AI 2.0 are going to be startups. Railtown is, I guess, technically a startup, but they already have their product in commercial form. They're ready to go. We've already seen 3 licensing agreements where the people are happy to be in it. It's going to help those people create their own AI product. This Railtown self-learning developer tool is going to accelerate other companies' ability to participate in AI 2.0. And oh, by the way, they're going to make a lot of money on it. So what I think is going to happen, Pete, and I don't think it's going to happen with silver, right now is I think Railtown's going to go from what's the last price? Oh, they're trying to make you nervous. It's going to go from 58 cents to $6 once that MOU gets finished. So I want people in it because that is like buying silver at $16. Silver now's gone over 32. Silver's gone up 100%, and now it's going to keep going. But I didn't get a chance because money didn't arrive. But Railtown has that. You're buying Railtown at 60 cents. I think as soon as the MOU was announced as being completed, and I think the tape is telling you it has been completed. That's an assumption, but we'll find out. But I think the tape is telling you that the volume, and you say, oh, it's not it's Canadian volume. The shorts are absorbing everything we buy. It's not our volume driving it up. I think Railtown, when that announcement comes out, and it could be tomorrow, it could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it could be the next week, it could be the next week, but I think it's very soon. I think Railtown will double, just like silver double. It took a year to double. This will double in a day. Railtown will. It will double, in my judgment, as soon as the MOU is announced as a definitive binding agreement. Then the question is, how does it get to my target of $6? It could happen that right away, but I think it's more likely once it gets, let's say, because now it's 60 cents, let's say it gets to $1.20. Once it gets to $1, I think some of the institutions who are smaller and some of maybe the wealth advisory firms and possibly family offices can step in around $1, but it'll be the smaller players. But the insiders and the whales that haven't been able to buy, I think they'll be buying. So I think the stock quickly goes to $2, $2.50. I would expect in that run that we could see other strategic alliances, including possibly money raises, which I would think would be for good reasons. Those raises would be because Railtown wants the alignment with a certain company or alignment with a certain investment group, whatever. We'll know as these things, if they do happen, if they come. But anyway, once the stock gets to $2.50, Railtown becomes marginable. And that means people that own it might add to their positions. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. Stay out of margin at $2. Why? Because the crooks will try to pop it down, and then you have a margin call, you don't have money, and you get sold out of the stock. I would advise not going on margin at $2, but some people will. Some people will. That'll get the stock, I think, and some brokerage firms, maybe not the biggest, allow purchases at $2 and above. So anyway, I think it'll get it to $3. I think at $3, other institutions may make exceptions to their operating agreements and start buying. I'm telling you, these Wall Street types need to own property. In this case, it's AI companies, before they go to the retail investments to raise money in ETFs and in invest, mutual funds, in limited partnerships, and in their own retirement management accounts. They are going to be falling head over their heels to buy these companies. And there's going to be more than just Railtown out there. But there's going to be such a flood of money, it's going to lift all boats. I think Railtown's great. So anyway, when it gets to 3, I think buy will come in, drives it to 4. There might be some momentum that comes in, and once it's at 5, which could happen in a day, it could take 4 weeks, it could take 6 weeks to 8 weeks. But I think once it gets to $5, and by the way, Pete, Railtown at $5 or $6 is 10x. And I think once it starts, it's taken a while now. Once it starts, it'll either be a day, a week, a month and a half. I don't think it'll be longer than that. And of course, everything backs and fills, nothing goes straight up. But once it crosses $5, $6, that's when every institution in the world can buy it. That's when Merrill Lynch will allow its thundering herd to buy it. That's when research reports come in. That'll be at the time, September, October, November, when they're raising all this money. And they're raising awareness. When everybody comes back from summering in the Hamptons, money's going into AI 2.0. I've seen it. I've seen this momentum build before. And so the odd thing is, Pete the Geek, once the stock goes to 6, let's say, I think it'll be a heartbeat when it goes to 12, 10 to 12. I think you could see it go 10 to 12 in a matter of hours. Those hours might be spread across 2 days. So yes, I really want people in silver. I really want to push and promote and talk about silver as the key asset to own, and I've been doing it. But right now, Railtown takes first position because I think you can turn your account, particularly if you're listening to me and you're selling all the crap and buying Railtown. I think you can turn Tony De Niro, Benedetto, Borders, Kramer, Easton, Rubenstein, you can turn them all on their head with this one trade, Railtown. And you can bring your account back to the green and make huge returns after that. And that's, it's funny you bring this up, and I'm sorry I'm talking so long about it, but it's one of my sort of bittersweet realizations is that Railtown right now is better than buying silver. And it might be that when Railtown goes to 12, it'll still be a better buy than silver. And that's a little bit bittersweet. But make no mistake, Pete, I think the asset, the undervalued asset, the core asset that every investor here should own is silver. And yes, it's gotten expensive while we wait. But you know what? Silver's gone from, 27 to 37. Railtown's doubled, more than doubled for some people. So unless you're Rockefeller, it's really hard to spread it around. And the thing that will give you 10x, the thing that will make your asset grow by 10x, in my judgment, is Railtown. And by the way, I could be wrong. It goes 5x, or it could go 15x. I don't know. I'm just trying to make, I sit down and I make revenue projections. I chop it, chop it, chop it, use a multiple. I chop that. And I always came up with 350, 375, $4. And now I'm saying $6 because people are buying here. Anyway, I got off track. I'm so sorry to everybody that had to listen to that. We're at 57 cents, so they want you scared. They want you liquidating. This isn't real selling. This is an opportunity to buy Railtown. 56 to 57.26, 650,000 shares. I've been blabbing on and on now for almost 2 hours, and the volume has barely changed. This is all fraud. The trading in Railtown is fraud because they're in trouble. Pete, I'm going to take your name down for just a second and show people this. This is the latest RONC report, even though it's called something else. Updated daily short volume. You see the summary on the end? I think that says 41 million with a squeeze price at 35 cents. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody is in trouble. All right, Pete. Thank you for that. I really agree with you. And I appreciate that you bring up silver. I really do. It's just, we're trying to do I think the trade right now is to capture the increase. It's like a pressure cooker. When they take the top off, it'll boil over. We're trying to capture the increase in value from the shorts are suppressing the price. I didn't realize that, but I think it started with the MOU. That's what I think, the headline MOU. And now it's been waiting, but I think we're going to come to a crescendo in Railtown, and it's going to start with a double. It's going to start with a double. And I stick by my target. I think the very near-term price will be 10x, 57 cents. And look at them. They got it down to 56. The volume has changed by 2,000. They are walking it down 56 to 57. And the volume, well, now it's more. Now it's, the last 5 trades is less than 5,000 shares. Less than 5,000 shares. Drops it down by 6%. It's just bullshit. I don't know how the over-the-counter markets can even smile on their websites. Have I ever shown you that? Bastards. I guess that's it. I don't really want that. That's not what I want. Let's see. Do they give me another way to link? Oh, up over here. About, maybe. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Look at these goofballs. Look at these goofballs. Here's Cromwell Coulson. What's his shit-eating grin about? He runs the over-the-counter market. Cromwell Coulson, President, CEO, and Chief Executive Officer. And then you got Matthew Folks. What's that shit-eating grin about? And he wears jeans to the office. Antonio Georgieva, the CFO. What's her grin about? Christy Harkins, Chief Marketing Officer. We market so that the CEOs go broke, the shareholders go broke, and look at my smile. Here's the issuer in information services. Another well-fed smile. The president of OTC Link, he's not smiling. He's smug. And then you've got the chief technology officer with a knowing grin on his face. He knows exactly how they're making money. And then you have director Jason Paltralowitz, OTC Market Group International. Boy, that guy, jet setting, big smile, wide future at over-the-counter markets. It's a whole page full of bullshit. General counsel and chief of staff. This is where I think you have lying attorneys. They're all so pleased as punch as companies go on over-the-counter markets and they get destroyed. The board of directors, Cromwell Coulson, Neil Walkoff, Gary Bradley, Louisa Schneider, Andrew Wimpenheimer, and Julia Sears. I think this over-the-counter market should be taken over by the government and fire these assholes and have proper marketing discovery. All right, so I'm going to see if I can find this. Let's see. All right, I'm going to play this for you a little while I go use the loo because I had too much coffee.
And now that it has, they're already obsolete. My AI experience and investing research tells me the next phase of AI, what I'm calling AI 2.0, is where the real opportunity lies, and it's coming true right now. I'll explain everything you need in a moment, including showing you the AI 2.0 companies that I'm expecting to blow up, and giving you one of my top 5 AI growth stock picks free of charge. But first, I have an important question for you. Why is no one else telling you all of this? None of these get-rich on AI investment gurus seem to know much about AI 2.0. Why is that? Truth is, those talking heads have no idea how to recognize the real AI opportunities because they don't know a darn thing about the technology itself. This is what's been so frustrating to me. This is why I wanted to give this talk. These experts are just tossing darts in the dark. But maybe you're asking, okay, James, that makes sense, but why should I trust what you are saying? And I would ask the same question if I were you. You're smart to be skeptical, and I owe you an explanation. Sure, I might be best known for being an investor, a venture capitalist, a writer, and maybe you've listened to a few episodes of my podcast. But here's something few people outside my family and friends know. I've been an expert on one subject above all others for decades, which is artificial intelligence. And that makes me completely different to all those talking head investing gurus that are out there. I've been fascinated by artificial intelligence since I was a child. And 36 years ago, almost to the day, I first started working in AI technology. This was back in 1987. I was an undergrad at Cornell University. I worked on my first computer chess program. I worked on my first neural network then. By the age of 20, I wrote a scientific paper on AI. Surprisingly, it got published. This was unheard of for an undergraduate student. I got to go out to Germany and present this paper at the conference on automated deduction. It was in Kaiserslautern, Germany. It was the most prestigious AI conference in the world, though, and I was by far the youngest person there. But it went so well, I was invited to present on AI at more conferences and more universities. After college, I went to graduate school at Carnegie Mellon University to study AI. That's where actually AI was first conceived of in the 1950s by Alan Newell and Herb Simon, who I worked with a little bit, who won the Nobel Prize on various topics. As a graduate student, I helped develop what became IBM's Deep Blue. You might have heard of Deep Blue. It was the chess-playing program that was the first computer program to beat the world chess champion, who was Garry Kasparov at the time. IBM even offered me a job to work on Deep Blue, but I turned them down. I had other plans and a ton of ideas knocking around in my brain. Throughout my career, I started and then sold several tech companies. One sold for a $10 million payday. This was during the internet boom days. Another for $15 million. I used that money to become an angel investor in several startups like Buddy Media, which was then acquired by Salesforce for $689 million. People noticed my knack for recognizing monster investment opportunities. So that got me a job in the heart of global finance, Wall Street, using actually an early AI tool that I wrote myself. It became the basis of my first book and also my first hedge fund. And the book was called Trade Like a Hedge Fund. Today, I'm on a first-name basis with nearly every big hedge fund manager in Manhattan, as well as every major venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. If you listen to my podcast, you'll see the list of names running down my guests. I've also written 3 best-selling books, including Skip the Line.
See why it's so hard to listen
Choose
to
Yourself,
them?
which USA Today called one of the 12 best business books of all time. I also created, as I mentioned before, a weekly podcast interviewing thought leaders like Mark Cuban or Richard Branson.
There's a
and
thoughtful
because of all
person.
this, LinkedIn once called me the 4th most influential person in America. I don't know what crack they were smoking that day, but they had me right after Bill Gates and Richard Branson, and this was in 2015. But in the investment world, I'm known for one thing more than any other.
Talking too much.
Making bold predictions about technology that came true, and often doing it years before the mainstream experts. For example, in 1997, I predicted the rise of video streaming services. By the way, this is how I met Mark Cuban. In 1998, I predicted how the internet would change the world, and that became the basis of my first company that I went on to sell. In 2007, I went on TV to say that Facebook would be worth $100 billion. The people at CNBC were laughing nonstop, but I was right. In 2011, I predicted the stock market had bottomed and announced it was time to buy out. In 2013, again on CNBC, I predicted the success of Bitcoin when it was trading for just $114. And in 2016, I predicted the growth of virtual reality. And there are many, many more. But today, I'm making what I think is going to be my boldest prediction ever. The next generation of AI technology will open a wealth window that could be the biggest wealth building opportunity of your lifetime. The fact is, AI is reshaping the global economy as we speak. It will be impossible to sit on the sidelines for this one. If you don't get in at the right time, you and your family could suffer. AI is going to disrupt entire industries. Soon, 1 to 3 lawyers using AI will be able to do the same work as 10 to 20 lawyers can today. And while none of us will cry over fewer lawyers, many other jobs will disappear entirely. In all, it's predicted that 8 out of every 10 American jobs will be affected by AI, and a full 25% could be replaced forever. Some estimate 300 million jobs could be lost to AI. Does that mean AI is bad news for our economy? Not at all. Next-gen AI programs will speed up product development, reduce time to market, and allow for enormous innovation in manufacturing and production. AI will send our country's productivity soaring, allowing the U.S. to finally outcompete third world labor. After all, with every major work-saving innovation throughout history, as jobs were lost, even more were created. A lot of jobs were lost by the internet, but more jobs, obviously, were created than were lost. AI is not going to be any different. Bill Gates agrees, saying AI is just the latest technology that allows us to produce many more goods and services with less labor. And overwhelmingly, over the last several hundred years, that has been very great for society. Very soon, I predict an AI-driven technology and manufacturing boom will line the pockets of those who got in early. In fact, consulting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers estimated that by 2030, AI will add a staggering $15.7 trillion to the global economy. That's more than the combined economies of the world's 2 most populous countries, China and India. If you want in on it, of course, keep watching. And please do not even pay attention to the doom and gloom people out there, the ones who claim AI can become sentient, begin thinking for itself, and eventually wipe out humanity. That's a great plot for a sci-fi movie, but the doom and gloom people don't understand the actual software underneath this AI technology. AI has no ability to go rogue, and it never will. Remember taking statistics in high school? That kind of is what AI is. It's in a very, very advanced form of statistics. What appears to be thinking or reasoning is simply statistics at work. AI programs are fed a huge amount of information. I mean, ChatGPT was fed every single piece of text, even tweets, even blog posts, even Reddit posts, everything in Wikipedia, every book. It was fed all this text, everything written up until 2021, and it just crunched through all this text in order to statistically figure out, given a set of words, what words will come next. It's a huge amount of information. The software organizes it and then spits back the information that is statistically the best answer. That is it. The programming is very clever, but AI can never become sentient like a human. Think of it this way. It won't enslave humanity. It's not going to cause a nuclear war, but, and this is what I tell people, it will likely be the best assistant you could imagine. AI will crank out mundane tasks and increase worker efficiency in a million different ways. It's going to be phenomenal. And that's how it will transform our lives and the global economy. It's the dawn of a brand new era for humanity. AI is a technological breakthrough unlike anything we've ever seen or will see again in our lifetimes. That's why AI is such a huge money-making opportunity if you know exactly what to do. The global elites, they see the opportunity. Elon Musk has already put $50 million of his own money into AI. And in July, he launched a new AI business called X.AI. Amazon has invested $100 million into AI. And by the way, those are the smaller players. Microsoft and Bill Gates have already committed to $10 billion in AI development. A little known guy named Mark Zuckerberg, with his tiny company Facebook, invested $22 billion into AI. Google has invested almost $31 billion and plans to launch a major AI 2.0 initiative, codenamed Gemini, before the end of the year. And all of this still pales compared to Chinese tech giant Tencent, which has already invested a staggering $70 billion into AI. And yes, these are some of the wealthiest people and most powerful corporations in the world. And as always, the rich will get richer. There's nothing that's going to stop that. You can't stop that. But I predict, because of the nature of this AI 2.0 revolution, a brief window will open for regular folks to enjoy substantial new wealth. Again, imagine getting in on Amazon in 1997 before exploding by 158,950%. Or investing in Apple when it first went public in 1980.
It's too much.
Skyrocketed in value by.
It's too much. But it's great. What he's talking about is great. And that's all I wanted you to hear. It's just, he just can't help it, Ron. Imagine getting in Amazon. Nobody got in then and stayed. I had a friend of mine in London. She had all of her clients in Amazon. And she told me, and the other one was Visa, the two stocks, Amazon and Visa. And she was right. All right, let me go down here. I'm sorry I got off track. Behind all of that, my head was just pounding. And for some reason now, it's not as bad. So it's not affecting me the same way right now. So at least I have that going for me. I don't know if you do, but I do. All right. We are in a war right now with the cabal, and it's been going on several rails. Oh, yeah. I think Biden was installed. I think China had a lot to do with it. I think Hillary Clinton had a lot to do with it. And she wanted the presidency, but momentum had shifted away from her. And I think ultimately it was Obama. I think, I'm very disappointed in that guy. So is his wife. I wonder who's on top. All right. Pizza rules. All right. Let me go back to my list. Pizza rules. $4125. So the key about James Altucher, he just goes on and on with this, but wait, before you buy, but wait, if that's not enough. But the key is to hear his enthusiasm about AI 2.0. All the Jews left Gaza, included was the loved ones in the grave. Then Hamas moved in and they, what? All the Jews left Gaza, included was the loved ones in the grave. Then Hamas moved in and they are a Mossad and CIA creation. Well, I think that's, I don't know exactly what you're saying, but I think it's true that Hamas was supported even by Israel. They wanted to destabilize the PLO. And if I go any deeper talking about it, it's so confusing. But I think even Benjamin Netanyahu funded Hamas as a way of weakening leadership in Palestine. Benjamin Milakovsky. Yeah, he's American. I think that's Polish, but he's American, pretty much. And when I was in London, I watched, I don't know, I guess it was on YouTube, but I watched his moot court speech when he was 24. That guy is just, ugh, he hasn't changed. He has not changed. The banks run the intelligence services. Yeah. Israel will be last or lost. I don't know. I think it'll be lost. Not that, I'm not anti Israel per se. I'm just anti the killing, the slaughtering, the stealing. That's what I'm anti. It's one big Khazarian mafia, and we ain't in it. Yeah. Russia was overthrown by the Ashkenazi. I didn't know that. I know the Russian Revolution. I'm trying to remember Trotsky. I don't know if I buy into all that conspiracy theory. The intelligentsia of the time, and the thinkers of the time, maybe it's because they came from Russia originally, or maybe it's just I don't know. But you're right. A lot of the revolutionaries were Jewish. You're absolutely right. But who backed them? I don't know who backed them. I would think the British banking system wanted to destabilize Russia even back then. So it might not be as simple as you're putting it. It might not just be, the revolution was primarily or even majority of the Bolsheviks were Jewish initially. I'm not sure I think it was communism and Marxism, it all had a good following. But I think the destabilization much more likely could be put at the feet of the banks rather than that explanation. No, you can't support it. You can't support it. And it is like the native. I agree. But Maddie, it seems so trite to say it. You hope if we were transported in time, we wouldn't go along with these things. But it was how people saw the world that came into the United States, into what was called America. I don't think some of the tribes of Indians were, they attacked each other and killed each other and destroyed each other. Indians, it's just all the colonialism. That's all it is. And you are right about it. It's terrible. Do the sirens keep me up at night? Yeah. I hear sirens. The bells, the bells, the bells. No slavery guilt. I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be guilt, but you can have a lot of. I don't know how anybody can think about slavery without just an enormous. I mean, if you're even human, you've got to be just sickened by it and just have enormous compassion for what people had to go through. It's horrible. Just the whole human experience. I mean, you can argue other people had it tough too, but that's a real horrible mar on our development. Again, I think it was all the financial system. It was cotton. It's primarily cotton. And cotton's fascinating. The corporation started out of Holland, but cotton and then energy, the mills out of England, that's really what started empire and really started this fantastical wealth that is still carried on as cotton. And the slaves primarily were for cotton. India, that's why they went after India, was to try to create cotton plantations there. They found it much more difficult, though. They couldn't slaughter the entire population. And, it was broken up a lot more. But cotton was what primarily drove the slave trade. And I think, I did find somebody once I was reading, I kind of agreed with me. But I think the biggest change in slavery, yes, it's Lincoln, maybe. I'm convinced Lincoln wanted to end slavery, but some people don't. But I think the biggest change was oil. The discovery of oil as a fuel, which led to machines like the cotton gin, and then led to additional machines like, I guess, tractors and things like that. I think machines took over the role of slaves. And I think it's very fortunate that we live in a time of abundance of oil. I think the same's true with modern. I'm not talking about the recent feminism. It's all that's in self-indulgence. But I think the ability of the workforce to expand and women to be in the workforce and even be equal in many ways is because of oil. The automobile, police departments, work that used to be done by men and animals, done by machines. So I think a lot of changes in this world we live is because of oil, and now we take it for granted. All this stuff he's talking about, AI making the revolution, not James, but Gates, it assumes there's enough energy for it, which is an opportunity for investment. Silver ETF, bravo. Bravo. I was in real estate. Yeah, I was a real magnate. What I did, I came back from London, and I had witnessed while I lived there what was happening to real estate in London. And I came back here and I said to myself, DC is no different than London. What London has that's unique is it's got it's big, but a relatively small area that everyone wants to live. It's pretty spread out, but it is big. But it has these green spaces that you can't expand into. And so everyone wanted to live near the tube and work, and they've expanded it since. They've created Canary Wharf, and they've expanded the dock area, incredibly. But anyway, So when I came back, I said, we're a capital city. We have a limited area. We have a younger generation, and we have the tube. And I got, uh, I pitched the idea for about, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years. And I met a guy who ended up just taking my investors. But anyway, I got started. I funded him. I should have learned because of something that happened, but he was showing how you could buy houses and literally flip them with no money. I put a little bit of money in that. But I found investors to buy properties here in DC within the city and develop the properties and then sell them. There's simple. Everybody's doing it now, but back when I was started, I'm sure people thought it's not a genius idea, but my investors were cash investors, and there wasn't any money available for all these younger guys to do it. So it was an uphill battle. It was a learning process, but we made money a little bit anyway, and then it expanded. And then this one other guy turned out to be basically, oh my God. That's the thing about younger generation. There's different sense of things, but I got buried in two projects, two multi-unit. One multi-unit project did very well, but I looked out. It's too complicated. I ended up working hard to get somebody else paid, and I ended up with very little on that. Real estate's tricky. You can make money, but everybody thinks they know what they're doing. I bought a property with a woman who and I raised the money. She put in some, but I raised the rest of it. And it was a great opportunity. But I knew I was in trouble when I was crossing the street with her, and she said, "You know who I consider my friend?" I said, "Who?" She said, "Somebody who would get up on the stand under oath and lie for me." I went, "Oh my God, what have I done?" Anyway, it's such a long story, And then we did a lot of houses. I found the investor, and we did probably 24 houses or more. But then the young guy met my investor, and they both decided, what do we need Bill for? So I found another guy to work with and used the same investor because of my stupid loyalty. And then we did a really successful project, and it turned out to be two. It was a property we could subdivide. The first part was okay, good, decent, but the second part, massive profit, because it was a new build. Of course, he did a crappy job, and what I was surprised about, no one cared. No one cared. They destroyed some young couples coming in to buy it, and they destroyed the flooring, and no one cared. I said, we got to replace this. But no, anyway. But that was one of the reasons that I mean, I don't really want to talk about it now, but my friend and this guy, who wouldn't have had access to money without me, and I never knew this, but they went down to the courthouse and changed the ownership without my signature. I was the one that put it together, and the LLC and everything. They went down, signed, changed everything. sold it. And in a very real sense, my portion of that is what cost me my house. And very definitely, if I had that, I wouldn't have. But I fought it, and I won, of course. It took 2 years, but so the money never came in time. But anyway, that's what I did. We rehabbed multi-unit and house and single-family houses. I never made a great return on it because I always put my investor first, and then my partner I would look out first, and then I came last, and then they just cut me out anyway. I mean, there was one woman, we did one great project up in Northwest. It's up sort of near American University. And again, the guy doing it, overseeing it, he left the front living room floor so it would squeak. And I said, don't we have to fix this? No, don't worry about it. But he also up in the master bedroom with beautiful high ceiling, the way we set it up. But he didn't fix the exterior. I guess it was brickwork, as I recall it. So they put in new windows, but they didn't fix the seals. So when it rained, badly, not normal, but when it was bad rain, water would pour into her bedroom. And she correctly contacted him and said, I need this fixed. He wouldn't fix it. He said, no, you bought it as is. I'm not going to fix it. But he copied me on she copied me on the email. She's a young Foreign Service officer. And I said, what's going on? And she said, she explained it. And your associate says he's not going to fix it because I already bought it. I said, all right. It would have been so easy to get it fixed with our contractors. But I said, all right, why don't you get it fixed and I'll pay you for it. So she did. So I think on that house, my part of the payout was not huge, 15 or 20 grand, 15 grand, I think it was. And I had to give more than half of that to her to fix that problem. But that was the right thing to do. Anyway, I learned a lot. The one thing I learned about people, though, is they'll cut you out. It's a very desperate world, real estate is. I wouldn't go do it again unless I did it alone. A friend of mine, my friend in London, we had a huge project up in what's called, I always want to call it Colonial Heights, but that's Richmond. This was, it's not Capitol Heights. Anyway, it's up 15th and 16th. What the hell is it called? I'll think of it in a second. But anyway, I was seeking financing, and my friend set me up with this great guy who was in his 70s at the time, and he had gotten married late in life. He had 2 kids, and he was a billionaire. I think it was just shy of a billionaire, like 800 million. And Arab, and I sat down, probably Palestinian. He invited me in. He didn't know me, sat me down. He gave me tea until I didn't want to use the restroom, but man, I had to. But he took my project, gave it to his partner, and he and I sat and talked for an hour and a half. It was really nice. He was great. He was very kind. He's buying buildings for his children, buying orchids for his children, so when he died, they'd be well off. But at the end of the meeting, the guy brings the folder out. They speak in Arabic, and then he hands it to me and he says, "It was very nice meeting you. And please say hi to," I won't use his name. But I was asking, how much was I asking for? I think I was asking for 5 million. And he says, "Your project is too small for us." And then he said, and we don't take partners. In real estate, we don't take partners. I think that's the best rule of real estate. Don't take any partners unless it's really somebody you know well and you've been through thick and thin with. I would never go into real estate. I mean, the one guy I used to work with at Merrill Lynch, he turned out to be as dishonest as a $3 bill. Commercial broker in Chi-Town. I love Chicago. But your taxes are your problem. Chicago's in a death spiral. I don't know how it comes out of it, but I don't know much about Chicago. But Matthew, we can talk about it. I do see a time where, not now, but I think in the future, well, maybe now, I don't know. There may be a time where, look, going back to Pete's point, silver and gold and platinum, these will have a cycle. And when it gets to the top of that cycle, and that's why you want to own more ounces of silver now, because you're not going to be able to buy more then. But right now, it's the same attitude I have on Railtown. You buy it now, you have more units, more shares of it. But there'll be a cycle. And I think you could buy buildings for a monster box of silver or, an ounce of gold. It's going to be weird in the future. So I'd love to follow up with it. What's this? Where do you see the price going without the AI Partners deal? Well, without the AI Partners deal, this is the research report a year ago, without the AI Partners deal, without it, and before the multiples changed, and before Wall Street decided to raise money for AI 2.0, and before the data centers were so widely known, and before NVIDIA came up and the others with this quantum leap in computing, the research capital analysis to estimate equity value per share of Railtown, the base case is 2.0 without AI Partners, The bullish case, again, this is a year ago, $3.60. The bear case, the negative case, 90 cents. That's US dollars, 90 cents. It's trading at 58 cents. So that's what even if the deal falls through, I think Railtown goes up. I don't think the deal's falling through. The stock, even though the stock is down today, this is the manipulation of the criminals. And they think it's going to work. The volume, let me just see the volume. Hang on, because Finger is 197. G-Bucks is 172. I'm doing that so I can go back to Railtown and get the proper volume. All right, it updated the volume. 750,000. We're 57.25 to 58. All of that selling is fake. All of it. Nobody's selling it that owns this stock. But if you're getting nervous about it, that's what they want you to do, Hawaii. That's what they want you to be, is nervous. Don't sell, please. Please don't get scared out of this. Don't listen to Tony the Liar De Niro. Do not listen. His main point is there's a going concern clause. Why would these three companies do licensing deals? Why would they've already raised a little bit of money. Why would AI Partners want to be bought out by them? AI Partners represents 400 million in value spread about amongst their network. This company is not going to have to raise money from Tony. Make sure you have no money so he can have money, dinero. His friends aren't going to win here. But in the short run, they can scare you. Please do not get scared out. 808. Buy more. Buy this. This is a screaming buy at 58 cents. Screaming buy. This pullback is all short manipulation. It's on sale. It's on sale. When the MOU is done, this will be $1. Of course, that's a prediction, not a promise. I think it could be higher than that. But to answer your question, if for some reason they announced that the deal fell through, I think initially the stock would pull back. But I think within 6 months, it'd be $2, $3, $5. And it would, probably it'd be bought out in the $20, $30, $40 range. And so that's why I say I don't see a lot of risk in this investment. It would be disappointing if it fell through. But I don't think, 808, that it has fallen through, because when I Googled it, the typical time frame for the regulators to approve an acquisition is 30 days in Canada. The number one criteria that they deny it on is if it restricted competition. In that case, it would, according to the Google thing I read, I don't know if it was from a law firm or it was an article, but it would be another 30 days to back and forth on that. So my point is, if it were to fail, they would have told us 60 days out, at least from a regulatory standpoint. But when they announced the MOU, on February 11th, oh gosh, I need AI to translate what I'm thinking to my typing. I don't know if they have that yet. Okay, when they announced the MOU, February 11th, Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it's executed an MOU, which, by the way, is why the shorts came in, for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp, AIP, a Toronto-based company that has established an affiliate network of over 160 AI service as a software companies, which provide AI-based vertical market solutions and AI development and AI management tools. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization which drives substantial revenue growth and scales enterprise AI solutions worldwide. The combination is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to leverage AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. One of the fundamental objectives of the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the resulting entity the benefit of access to capital as it executes its affiliate acquisition strategy. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, which could be enhanced by deploying Railtown AI's proprietary technologies across the affiliate network and its customers. They explain the benefits. So then Corey Brandolini says, quote, "This acquisition represents a transformative moment for both Railtown AI and AI Partnerships Corp. By combining our conductor platform with AIP's extensive affiliate network and enterprise partnerships, we are creating a powerhouse that will drive significant revenue growth and deliver innovative AI solutions to businesses worldwide. The opportunities ahead are immense. We are poised to expand our reach, our scale enterprise sales, and accelerate innovation across industries. Together, we will shape the future of artificial intelligence in ways that unlock long-term value for our shareholders, customers, and partners," said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI Partners. Corey owns 13.25% of the company. His partner, Marwan, owns 15.36%. You add that up, that's, and then Paul Woodward owns 1.53%. Robert Goring, 0.38%. You add all that up, it's roughly 30% of the vote is in the founders. And then you've got a concentrated position for another 50 million. I don't see the vote, Hawaii. I don't see the vote failing. But anyway, let's read what the next thing. This is from Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partners. This is what he said. Quote, "From its inception, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations that provide a diverse package of AI solutions that meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors that realize significant rates of return from the adoption of AI-based application solutions. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to actualize our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction." They're not walking away from this deal. The only thing the criminals are trying to do, Hawaii, they're trying to change the price of the stock to make this deal not happen. The stock's doubled from when this announcement came out. Even with today's downturn, they're not going to break this up. They engaged Canaccord, and then it says both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in the coming weeks. That language is what turned on the cell algorithms in the shorts computers because they figured, just like they did it to Torchlight, just like they did it to MMAT, just like they did it to MULN, just like they did it to COSM, just like they did it to Finger, just like they did it to Root initially, just like they did it to GNS, just like they did it to LG Logic, just like they did it to whatever it used to be called. This is what they do. The company has to tell the world they're going to get engaged. They have to. Then the suitor comes in and seduces the girl to break up the wedding, or the suitor comes in and damages the groom so she doesn't want to marry him anymore. They interfere. And that's what they're trying to do, but it's not going to work here. That's why Tony have no dinero is out there working the phone line so hard, is because he's paid to try to help these guys get out of trouble. They're in trouble. It scares me a bit because they always have a way. They always have a way to win, but not in this case. Railtown, there's nobody can stop what's happening to Railtown now. Nobody. And you're concerned that this deal will break up. That won't stop Railtown. It'll stretch it out. But this deal isn't breaking up. This deal is not breaking up. You can read it. They're so committed to it. The reason Tom Core says it here. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. It's a pretty strong statement. And then Corey says we're gonna shape the future of AI. That's a pretty bold statement for a one-eyed fat man. That's amazing. Amazing. This deal's going through. Don't worry about it, 808. But to answer your question, if it were to fall through, the conductor asset remains with Railtown, and it's the conductor asset that's generating all the excitement. And they've already signed, we've already know about 3, forget the terminology, 3 enterprise sales agreements they've already announced. They haven't told us the revenue, but do you think those are the last 3 they're going to announce? I don't think so. They're the first to market. They solve a real problem. They're in the Microsoft sales network. NVIDIA's a partner. AMD's a partner. I don't think they're anywhere near finished signing up enterprise sale agreements. I don't think they're anywhere near finished. Until, Norm MacDonald said, until I met my wife, I felt incomplete. And now I'm finished. 5725, 5874. Completely off topic. I prefer the old screen where you are full screen. How do I do that full screen? How do I do full screen? I've got to Google how to make that happen. When I do full screen, this camera here is over on the side, which Maybe I just got to buy another computer. Galadan. Knock, knock. Who's there? Galadan who? Galadan, glad to meet you. It doesn't really work. Galadan. Done. Maybe that's part of the problem. It's Galadan. 122. Great. 122. Sparky. I love when Sparky speaks, because when Sparky speaks, people listen. Railtown is about to show those criminals who's the boss is. They will feel the pain shortly. That's exactly right. So wait. Please don't get scared by the dimwit Tony De Niro. I'm telling you, he's not very smart. He comes across, that guy couldn't get a job on Wall Street. Then again, anybody can get a job on Wall Street. So maybe he could. Ghislaine says, Spark, you seem pretty well informed. Yesterday you called the news for today, and another announcement this morning. Sparky. All right, he says, yes, I am. And all I can say, this is Sparky, is Rail has a nice surprise for all the shorts. We will be grinning ear to ear by mid next week. Like I said, trust in the superb leadership at Rail. So I'm going to read that again if I can, Sparky. Giz001 asked, Sparky, you seem pretty well informed. I'll put it up. You seem pretty well informed. Yesterday you called news for today and another announcement this morning. Sparky's response. Dear Giz001, so nice to hear from you. Yes, I am well informed, and all I can say is Railtown has a nice surprise for all the shorts. We will be grinning ear to ear by mid next week. Like I said, trust in the superb leadership at Rail, and don't listen too much to William. But listen, thank you, Sparky. Listen to Sparky. Ladies and gents, even though I got a little in the middle of the day, I don't know what happened, but my head started. Anyway, I got off track. But literally yesterday, I thought by 4 o'clock that'd be it. Not because I know anything, but because, well, I think I know something. But my point is, one of these days, they're going to complete that merger. This company, Hawaii, this company, that's how my friend from Hawaii says it. This company is not Finger. Even though Finger, you could argue, is certainly better than GTII, G-Bucks, GDC, ZJYL, COSM, CRTD. Those are all a guy in the main instance trying to create a job for himself and trying to create wealth out of thin air. Well, let's see. I bought a bag of penthouse pictures. I can create this and that. I used to work on Wall Street, bring in some money here, do a deal with Jeff Lind. And then, oh, by the way, Hamill introduced me to Whale, and we're off to the races. But the thinking's all screwy, and it's all trying to constantly outgamemanship the best gamers in the world, which are these criminals. They have everybody on their side. So the difference here with Railtown doesn't need them. Railtown does not need Lind Partners. Railtown does not need the Kramers. Railtown couldn't need a toad if they saw a toad walk down the street in front of them. Railtown doesn't need them. Yes, Railtown's working with Canaccord, who I think does a lot of this shorting business. But I imagine, just like at every other investment bank on Wall Street, that 98% of the people don't even know what the hell's going on with this scheme. So there are good people at Canaccord. Canaccord's one of the top investment banks in Canada. But guess what? They're not going to even need they're not going to need money from Canaccord. I wouldn't be surprised, since they signed up Canaccord and Canaccord's organizing the merger. I wouldn't be surprised that somehow they get a deal in there so they can be paid. That wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, Railtown is not. Yeah, I know your emotions, your experiences, your muscle memory are telling you, oh, we heard about that law firm with GTII. That was all piss and vinegar. I thought it was true, but as I look back on it, I don't think that guy ever intended to merge his law firm. It was just a way of catching out the shorts. But then Reichman brings in this guy that works for the shorts. Rhubarb, in my judgment. So was the CEO working with the shorts from the start? That's all that crap. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it with Railtown. Railtown is pretty simple. You have really smart guys who develop software companies. I think there's a handful of founders, but I think the two main founders, I think, worked at separate places. Well, it's on their website, but some of them worked at the same. But anyway, they developed software, made it useful, got customers, and sold the company. Corey Brandolini sold one of his companies to Microsoft, which is interesting because Microsoft is one of their primary, first, and best recognized partners. Now, Microsoft. Of course, you got NVIDIA, who nobody had heard of 2 years. I hadn't. NVIDIA, and you've got AMD, and you've got Mila, and you've got Omers. Well, it's not really Omers, but it's the guys from Omers. So these two guys met, Marwan and Corey. I don't know if they're having a beer. Maybe they were playing that game up in Canada, where they shuffle the little things on the ice, and it goes very slowly. Whatever that game is. Maybe they were watching a fight and a hockey match broke out. Who knows? But they met, and they remembered thought about all this time, how could you solve the problem that we used to have in software development where the whole system was going to crash and everybody had to go all hands on deck? It costs money, it costs time, and it was a nightmare. And now that we have AI, why don't we create a tool that solves that? I think that was the genesis of the idea. Anyway, they both said to themselves, this is about 6 years ago, they said, well, let's get started. Let's be ahead of the game, because if we're using AI and it's going to be that comprehensive, you're going to have massive computing power and massive data, access to data centers, cloud. So they got to work and they beat the market. They're first. Were they early? Yeah, maybe by a year, maybe by 6 months. Doesn't seem so. But because of their strategy, they're ready to go. And as soon as they started marketing, which was about a year ago, within a few months, they met AI Partners. Well, AI Partners was started by one of the CEOs, presidents of Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement Services. And the other gentleman founded Ulmer's, is what that is, Ulmer's Venture Fund, which invested, I think, $500-600 million in technology companies, a guy named John Ruffalo. They founded AI Partners to imitate the model that John Ruffalo was involved with as an investor, I believe. That he brought investors in, and his success comes from that. If anyone had ever heard of Canada, they would have heard of John Ruffalo. But since he became the Mick Jagger of investing up in Canada, no one's heard of him because no one's heard of Canada. They started a country and nobody went. But one of Ruffalo's great claims to fame is he put investors in Constellation Software. Constellation Software rolled up software companies that were mature. But Constellation Software, if you chop off the learning curve years, Constellation Software basically in just over a decade went from under $10, $20 to $5,000 Canadian. And so these guys set up, because they all know this AI 2.0, they set up AI Partners to make the network of these private AI companies with the vision of rolling them up under the same model as Constellation Software. Now, I don't know how I'm excited to find out how they kept Constellation Software at only 20 million shares all these years. I think they do. We'll find out. I don't think it's going to be dilutive, particularly in the number of shares, but we'll find out how they do it. So anyway, when these guys met at B2B in Canada, AI in British, BNC, whatever, the British Columbia Conference for AI, when they met, they joined. And then those two guys, Core and Ruffalo and the rest, out of the 160 plus companies they joined, they decide to be bought out by Railtown? That doesn't give you confidence? Gives me a lot of confidence. And the reason is, I think, the conductor platform. But it's interesting, the Langtracks just got a deal. But I think it's a conductor platform. And I just was thinking I got to get a different computer. Anyway, when they met and got to know each other, got to know Conductor, they merged. And AI Partners, according to information that was on Twitter that has since been taken down, I don't think it changes the information. It's just a quiet period. AI Partners does 400 million in revenue. Now it doesn't come to the parent, the AI Partners. It's distributed among all those private companies. But they're going to roll that up. Now, my opinion is the reason it's taken extra time. They're not going to make the mistake Logic did, telling the world we're going to. I just read you the press release, telling the world that they were going to aggressively acquire these companies. The mistake Logic did, out of 8 companies, they did 1 company. Stupid. Here, I think it's taken time to get as many of these companies under the fold before they launch, so to speak. They're already public, but essentially they're launching. And that's what we're waiting for. So I don't know what Sparky's talking about, but I hope that means next week they are going to announce that MOU has turned into a binding agreement, unassailable. And these guys that Tony DeNiro works for, they try to short the stock like they're doing right now to try to bust the trade, bust the agreement. It's not going to matter here. These private companies don't trade in the public market. And the weird thing is, I don't think the model they're using is strictly a merger into, now I'm getting into, I'm making some assumptions. But because Constellation Software didn't expand its share base, I wonder if AI Partners they're going to merge if it involves any issuance of stock at all. I don't think this is an issue which Tony and his buddies do. If we destroy the stock price, we can destroy the deal, number one. Or if we destroy the stock price, same thing, I guess. The CEOs start fighting each other because it wasn't the same terms anymore. Or we destroy the stock price and then the financing is highly dilutive, and then we've already taken money in by selling stock that doesn't exist, and we can go do that deal via Canaccord. We've done it before in company after company after company. And so we can have a huge payday, but they got caught here. They got caught here in Railtown because their computers automatically started selling when it says MOU. Their computers automatically started selling when they read the press release and it says over the next few weeks. And then they got in too far. And then because they're cocksure and essentially stupid, they're just lugheads. They just kept selling. They just kept selling. It always works before. We'll get bailed out by Uncle Sam. We'll get bailed out by Gensler. We'll get bailed out by Cromwell, Chuck E. Cheese, Crawwell. We'll get bailed out by the OTC markets. They're not going to get bailed out. Railtown is a train that is leaving the station. It doesn't matter how many short sellers get on the track to try to push it backwards. Railtown is going. And we're about to see what happens, and I hate it. I don't want a short squeeze, but it's possible we're about to see what happens from all the lessons we learned, what happens to the shorts. They don't have a way out of this. They can't go to Canaccord after they short it down and get Canaccord to destroy the market cap with an investment banking deal. Corey won't take the deal. But number one, the stock's not going down. You guys don't hesitate. You got 1 hour to buy all you can of Railtown. All right, I'm going to keep going. Pretty excited about next surprises to come from Rail and keep coming, these early announcements. Well, you know, I would guess if this is all successful, Giz 001, I would guess if you've got 160 companies and you're imitating the Constellation software model, it's at least plausible you might have 160 announcements over the next year. I don't know. You could. Northeast Iowa. All right. Northeast Iowa. Awesome. And you know what? This pullback is pretty pounceable. AI 2.0. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. I know listening to him is painful. I listen to him so you don't have to. But I wanted you to see the enthusiasm. But yeah, it's all marketing crap. And then when they go into that, imagine if you had put $1,000 in. It's just unrealistic. Hey, Steve Mertz. All right. That's all right. The headline's going to read, Steve Mertz hurts the shorts. All right, added 1,000. Okay. Webull shows there was a large buyer of Railtown today. Anybody know the size of that trade? I didn't see it. But I wasn't always looking. It might have been internal to Webull. We now got a 58-cent bid. And the last trades I see, 100 shares, 500 shares, 4,900 shares, 333 shares. Welcome to the matching. Reading a book about the Bolshevik Revolution was funded by the banking system. Oh! What's the name of the book? I'd like to read it. I'd like to read that book if you're still here, Matthew. I would like to read that book. I like the Russian Revolution is a period of time that interests me. It's very confusing, the greens, the whites, and the reds, but it's interesting. Reading a book about it now, the Bolshevik Revolution was funded by the banking system in the UK. In the UK. Oh, and J.P. Morgan. Rockefeller wanted to destabilize, to capture the oil in the Baku and monopolize. The book is called The Unseen Hand. I'm getting it. The Unseen Hand. The Unseen Hand. Revolution. The Unseen Hand. I'll get it, Matthew. Thank you. How does the guy Benedetto end up pumping Rail-a-thon? Well, he pretends that he's got a big book and a big context. He basically met one of the whales in these plays, and he pretends that's his, but it's not his. I mean, I'm not going to talk about who it is and who actually represents the whale, but so that he talks to him, he gets information, and he's a big bloviator and an exaggerator. What he does is he gets IR deals with companies. The last 3 or 4 were shit. I mean, some of you know them. COSM, that's all you need to know. I mean, with COSM, Frank Benedetto either totally didn't know what he was doing or he was a liar. See, when they get a new CUSIP number, it's going to squeeze. No, kidding? They're going to change their name. It's going to squeeze. We talked to the CEO and he's not going to do a deal. And there's a 2,000% short or whatever the hell number it was. It wasn't right. It just wasn't there. It was a setup. Whether or not Frank knew it or not, because he might be clueless, but I don't think he is. I think he's part of a whole network of people that work together. Anyway, let's not go back there. They all work together to kill the short squeezes going on. But what Frank does is he needs a win. He needs you. He needs a group of people following him, clicking on him, giving comments, so he can show a new CEO. He can go, well, I've got this whale out of, I'm not going to say where, and I've got their friends, and that represents a lot of money. It's not his. He pretends it is. And then I've got, on a space call where I discussed COSM, 8,000 people tuned in. And the CEO goes, wow, that's pretty impressive. Well, we'd like to sign you up. What do you require? Well, 15 grand a month for 6 months. And I want, depending on the situation, I want 2 million shares free to trade. Is that all? No, now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind a Maserati in my garage. No, I'm making that up. So then he becomes the IR guy, and he gets on the calls, and he's, oh, so smart. I've got this guy's coming in, hearing good things. The whales, we're burning. My team is, it's not his team. But anyway, then his modus operandi is he gets the stock up, and it's the true pump and dump. But he works for the criminals. He works for the shorts, so the SEC doesn't go after him. When he literally pumps the stock and dumps his compensation in the market, they don't go after him because he's part of that. He's protected because when they need help, he's there. And you know, he's a guy I know the name of. There's probably a dozen, 20 of these guys. They're interchangeable. The only requirement is they have no concern for investors. They're willing to lie, and they can talk a big game. That's all it is. Then, like here, the reason he's in Railtown here, I don't believe he's purchased 200,000 shares, but maybe. I don't think he risks his own money. I don't think, I'm positive he hasn't been given shares by the company. How am I positive? Because I put out feelers saying, hey, I wouldn't mind if I got some share. And the answer came back, no way, Jose. So I don't think he's got anything like that. By the way, if I had, I'd have to disclose it. And I'd have to split it with people. But anyway, by lining up here, if and when this works, and I think it will work, he's got the glow of success. And then he'll come into calls. I doubt he'll come in here. But you guys will go to a space call. And he'll come in. And he'll bring in some CEO that's got a company that has come up with, it's an old piano company. a piano manufacturer that's going to put all of their cash in Bitcoin, and they're going to line up with a gold company, and then they have their big scheme is to put piano music into AI, and then these pianos, when you buy them, you'll be able to play the piano because AI, whatever, they'll have all the buzzwords, and it'll be smooth talking. The stock's 20 cents. You got to get in. Bunch of you get in. The stock goes to $1.20. He dumps his stock, and he keeps talking for a little while, but he moves on to the next. And then the stock comes crashing down because he's working with the Kramers or whomever, and they do a deal. They start shorting it. They get it down to 10 cents. And you're sitting there with no money. You wonder what else happened. He gets on a space call in 4 months, and you say, hey, Frank, what happened to that company? Pianos R Us. What? You didn't get out? You got to do your own due diligence. I sold my stock. It was up. You weren't paying attention? Why didn't you get out? That's the kind of guy he is. So I think he's here to claim he has a win. And then when there is a win, he's going to want to communicate with you and others. Certainly our group is not all the investors out there. He's going to try to get investors to turn this into hot money to go into his next scheme. That's all he's doing. He's trying to turn you into hot money. They need your money. The guys doing this will never put their own money up. They need somebody in the pool first to drive it up so the computers can start going back and forth, and then the toad can do a deal, cross it with the company, destroy the cut, and then the fund makes money, the market makers make money, the prime broker makes money, the stock loan desk makes money, and Frank Benedetto makes money, and he has a family to look out for. And they make a shitload of money. And you're sitting, what happened? What happened? Frank told me COSM was going to squeeze. He told me to get in at 20 cents, 40 cents, 60 cents. He said this is the next one. What happened? Well, he had his buddies do a deal. They did it at 33 cents. But he's gone. He's made his money. There's tire tracks all over your back. I can see you had your fun. Anyway, that's why he's here. He's here to have a success. He's just a parasite anyway. He's just a parasite anyway. So why not, where people are making money, he's got to come pretend that he's a big shot and that he knows what he's doing, and that he's the one that predicted this. He probably does it with more than one stock. But he knows because he talks to some, the network is not, it's not small, but it's not that big either. So he talks to some of the same people. He's going to hear some of it. And he probably hears that one of the shorts is in trouble. So that's why he's doing it. The reason I go through that, Michael, I don't want you guys to turn this into hot money. I want you to hang on to this like it's, unless there's a reason to sell, which would be a short squeeze, and then it becomes hot money, and then you're going to go do a deal with Frank Benedetto and lose everything. I don't know. I don't want to think about that right now. I don't want to think about that. All right, here comes a short. Northwest, Railtown is crashing. This is going to crash back down to 47. No, it's not. So we now know, we've known that Northwest is a shill. Guys, that's what they are trying to do. It's not going to crash to 47. Northwest is not a short. He's paid. He's just a loser sitting on I don't know, the edge of his bed with his laptop and checking in to try to make $7.50 every time I say Northwest. But it's not going back down. Don't be scared out. Buy. Don't be afraid of buying either. And Frank and this guy, when it goes to $5, they're going to say, hey, that's a win. And they're going to want you to get out. Don't get out. And then they're going to want to take your money in some complicated story that's just all smoke and mirrors, where Frank gets 2 million shares, 5 million shares up front. He's going to make money. You won't. You won't. You won't. Northwest, I don't know if you're a real person or if you're short, but I'll make a bet with you, Northwest. Railtown will be $4.70 before it ever sees 47 cents. I'll make that bet. $1. Dollar bet. Railtown will be $4.70 before your stupid manipulation that works in every other company. But the difference is Railtown shouldn't be on the over-the-counter. It shouldn't be down here, and it won't be much longer. And you're just going to have to accept a huge loss. Of course, you make so much money, and all the hundreds of other companies that Cromwell, Chuck E. Cheese, and Adina Friedman, and whoever's at the SEC, and Ann Wagner, and Robert Cook, and the brokerage houses, and Stevie Cohen, and Ken Griffin, and all of you conspired to steal. But not this time. Not this time, Northwest. Not this time. I like RLAIF press releases today. Yeah, one of them wasn't mover and shaker. The other one was a good one, but my understanding is, let me put it this way, out of those 3 press releases, well, I'm not going to say it, but those are called enterprise sales agreements, and they didn't sign them just to catch out the shorts. They didn't sign them just to have something to put out as if it's going to make them go. Those are real enterprise sale agreements. What does that mean? I'll leave it at that. You're going to sell, can't take a loose. I have profits already locked in. You're an idiot. If anyone listens to this guy, you should have your head examined. He doesn't own anything. He's a shill. But if he bought it at 30 cents and it's now 60 cents, he's thinking, I doubled money, hot money, got to move, got to take it, locked in. Screw that. This will be $6. I think, essentially it'll be overnight. Will it be one day? Probably not. Will it be 3 months? Probably not. Will it be 1 week? Maybe not. Will it be 2 months? Probably not. Will it be 2 weeks? Yeah, could be. Will it be 1 month? Definitely it'll be less than a month, in my opinion. So this guy, he can't take a loose. Can't take a loose. I have profits. Thank you for bragging. We're really impressed. I'm so impressed with you, Northwest. Yes, you should sell, Northwest. Done, sold. If it dips back to 47, I'll buy back heavy. This guy is trying to bait and switch you. That's the wrong word. But if you're searching for 47, you won't be in it when it moves. He didn't do this. He's a liar. Northwest is a liar. And he's here to steal from you. Do not listen to him. Yeah, right. I'm sure you love me. I'm sure you love me. My only problem with Rail is I have only 2,140 shares. No, hang on to your fit. Don't get out. If you bought silver 6 or 7, don't get out of it. Just hang on to your silver. Don't worry about that. Part of the reason I say that, if I were in your shoes maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, I might have sold some of that silver to buy Railtown, but I don't think you have time now. Well, how about this? Why don't we see what happens next week? This guy Northwest and even Lion of all trades will come in and say, we have a win. Hey, let's sell. We have a win. Let's say it goes to $4 next week. Hey, we have a win. We better take that hot money and you better listen to my trading strategy, which all sucks. Listen, guys, girls, I have never seen a system on Wall Street work forever, except cheating. And there's one arbitrage play I know about, but it takes such hard work and discipline. But the short system does work. So if you take this solid, this diamond, and you go over and turn it into a squishy grape with the next Benedetto deal or the Borders deal, or you go trade online, you might make money on one of them, but the rest you're going to lose. They're going to take everything you have. This stock is the way to get out of it. But anyway, on silver, if Railtown goes to $1 or $2 and stays there, I would still think you should buy it. I wouldn't sell silver now, though, Giz, unless it's not a bad decision if you want to buy more Railtown. But I really feel silver is about to break out. Why? Because I'm not going to be able to build the position I wanted to. Silver at $40 shows that their suppression isn't working. And if silver breaks 52, Katie, bar the door. Katie, bar the door. Silver at 52 in nominal terms is the all-time high. In inflation-adjusted terms, it's nothing. But in nominal terms, oh my God, that stock will double. That silver will double in the next trading sessions. It'll be on the front page. It'll be on all Wall Street. Everybody will be talking about silver. It's silver everywhere you turn. And just remember, I've been talking here about silver for quite a long time. Pete was correct to point out that I should have been talking about silver the last few weeks, but Railtown's the one to do right now. Railtown is the one to do. Today, the next 40 minutes, you should be buying all the Railtown you can buy. Today. And if it's still available at 60 cents, 70 cents tomorrow, I'll come back on tomorrow and I'll say it. If it's available next week at $1, I'll probably say it at $1. As it starts going up, I might want to take a break for 24 hours. Ted Williams, laughing hang on. Giz, I think that's a good number. I wish you could buy more. I wish you could buy more. I really do. But I think it's a good number. I love how many shares. I love that you own silver. And you do not have to participate in Railtown to get the benefit. Let me say it differently. Silver might not go when Railtown does, but what you have ahead in silver, I don't know when, but silver's going to give you 100x, definitely. And that's what, it just, I'd leave it because once you get out of silver, you may not be able to get back in. So I would be uncomfortable telling. That's just not something I think you should do. Other things you should sell, but not silver. Silver it's so easy to assume, oh, it'll be there. It won't. Silver is going to disappear. You won't be able to buy it anywhere. So just hang on to it. I wouldn't sell it. I'm very proud of you that you bought silver. I think it's extremely impressive. Northwest, laughing my arse off. Ryan, do what you want, North, but I blocked your comments now. Ted, Northwest, nice paper hands you got there, bud. Philip Kursky, Ralph, my bid was above the last price, below the asking price. The last price jumped around my... Yeah, Philip, they're not going to give you... They don't want to sell you stock. The bid is probably real. The ask is not real. They don't want to sell you stock. So my recommendation, and you've only got 36 minutes, just go in at the ask. The ask is now 60.602. Go in at the ask. Even if you put a buy order in for 45,000 shares right now at 0.602, which is what they show at the ask, they're not going to fill it there. They'll fill it below it because they don't want that to disappear, and they don't want, I think, the computers to recognize that the ask went off. I think the computers, if they recognize the ask is being hit, they start buying. So, Philip, don't be so clever. I'm not mad at you, but don't try to get another penny here, half a penny there. Just go in at the ask price. They'll fill you below the ask price. And if they don't, 60 cents is going to look so cheap next week. And I don't know if you wake up tomorrow, this stock could be trading at $1 tomorrow. Just buy it, Philip. Just buy it. Just buy it. I'm not yelling at you. I just get so frustrated. This is not something to play with. This is just pay the price. Buy it. And they will not fill, and already they're spoofing with another ask. They're already spoofing with another ask. And it looks like some of the bid is fake too, because they got to cross stock. They got to move. Somebody's in trouble. They got to move stock from an LLC to the next LLC to the next LLC. They can't fake their way out of this. I would just go right now, 0.606. I bet you're filled at 59 and a half, 59.40. And if you're not, at least you're filled. But anyway, that's what I would do, Philip. I really would. I'd do it today. Don't wait till tomorrow, please. Philip, buy your stock today. Buy your stock in the next 30 minutes. Don't wait till tomorrow. So now what? It's a rare thing to find a man that you can trust your money or your woman with. Well, it's funny. I look back in my life and I never, with a friend's girl or even someone I knew, okay, I I wish I had now as I look back. I'm not sure you were talking about me. It doesn't surprise me that you paid to get that lady's roof ceiling fixed. You're a good person. Yeah, I did. It wiped out my profit. But at least she can sleep without the rain. While I applaud Northwest making a profit, I think you made a huge mistake. Sparky, 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 Sparky. Sparky 73 says, while I applaud Northwest making a profit, I think you made a huge mistake. Next week, you will be crying, wishing you wouldn't have sold for 15 cents to 20 cents profit. Each to their own. Sparky, 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 Sparky. We're going to make Sparky a hero. Wow. Parvent. Parvent. Wow. He's coming in at the top of the pops. I'm yellows. I am yellows, Parvent. I am yellows. Congratulations. You, like a lot of people here, are going to be bloody rich, I think. But the key is to hold. The key is to hold. Parvent, I see you took profits. Please, you've got 30 minutes left. Even if you could, reinstate your position, Parvent. Reinstate your position. We might have tomorrow. We might have Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. But I really think you should do it now. Reinstate your position. Reinstate. This is not a stock to take the profits in right now. If you can reinstate Parvent, even if you don't get it back to 400, let's say you only get 125 back. When it goes to 6, then go ahead and do that, although I wouldn't tell you to. Don't do it now, Parvent. Please, Parvent, reinstate your position. You're going to hate cash next week. You're going to hate cash next week. And you're going to say, I believe when you see the magnitude of this transaction, and of course I'm making an assumption here, but they're going to have to release what's going on. I think $1 will be cheap. I think $2 will be cheap. I think $3 will be cheap. I think $4 will be cheap. I think $5 will be cheap. I think $6 will be cheap. I think $7 will be cheap. I think $8 will be cheap. I think $9 will be cheap. I think $10 will be cheap. $11 will be cheap. $12 will be cheap. $13, $14, $15, and probably you can keep going. So please, Parvent, reinstate your position. Reinstate your position. Please. Parvent, as institutions come in, it's going higher, and then those become floors. You are never going to see 60 cents again. You're never going to see 50 cents again. You're never going to see 40 cents again. You're never going to see 30 cents again, unless, a bomb goes off. Reinstate. But anyway, you're I'm glad you got 252. That's amazing. But 400. And Parvent, I don't know if I made my Jennifer disclosure. I can't remember. I have no relationship with the company. I have not received shares. I have not received warrants. I haven't received cash. There's nothing in it for me other than I bloody well want you to make money. I don't even know you. You owned 400,000 shares this morning and you took part profit. I mean, it's all right. I see you're trading for free. It's just not the time to do it. But anyway, all right, I'm going to move on. P-Man. That's a good one, P-Man. I know you feel badly because you paid 61 cents, but the high on the day was 64.2. So you did a good job. You didn't know, and no one else knew that it would pull back. But that's great. You're going to be so happy with that purchase, P-Man. You're going to be so happy. PJ, your chat was compelling. I can't believe it. I feel like I've been losing my mind this morning. Your chat was compelling yesterday. Hubby and I decided to if I sit back, decided to sell nearly all of our G-Bucks and Finger to move to RAF. Yay, PJ 135. Yay. That's awesome. Next week, you're going to feel like somebody's watching me. Oh, here we go. Dirty Red. Can you say now, since your relationship seems to have changed with Ham, did Ham really meet with A.G. Bondi? If you can't say, I understand. Let me call Blondie. Hey, Blondie, did you meet with him? No sign of G-Bucks warrants. So sick of this shite. I agree with you. We're going to get away from it. We're going to get away from it. We're going to get away from it. Sorry. I stepped away. Did you add my new count to the tally? What do I have here for you? I did add 122,000 is what I got you down for, Galadon. Congratulations. It's awesome. Sean, how many shares are short? I don't want this to be a short play, but I just showed it. Let me see. I'll show Sean, when I get to the bottom, I'll show it again. But the latest count from Tom Ronk is 41 million shares short. And I don't know if you can just take that total number and assume that they haven't covered some of it. Uh, 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 all right, somebody just called me, but I'm gonna go to 4:00. I don't think you can take necessarily that 41 million short, but you might. That's the thing. I don't know. But the thing is, Sean, there's a 100 million float, and the sort of insiders have 30 million roughly. Um, 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 well, let me just see how many messages. Let me see how many messages. I think I can show it to you right now. Can you see that? Yeah. Do you see that bottom number there? It's 41 million. This is the Ronk report, Sean. So anyway, out of the 41 million, I don't know where it comes from, that I don't know how they're going to cover. You've got 50 million, maybe from some. I'm not saying, Pat, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that. I just got a couple of messages from this guy. So anyway, I don't like talking about this as a short squeeze play. I don't want it to be one. But there's 100 million shares in the float. I think I know roughly that there's 50 million up in Canada spoken for. The insiders or the shareholders, the employees, whatever, the founders, looks like they have 30 million. That's 80. I trust our number. We have 7 million. And I think another gentleman on the West Coast has a good chunk. So it gets me to 90 or 100 million. That stock that's not for sale. It's not for sale. So we could have a squeeze, and I wish we wouldn't. I wish we wouldn't. I am that 58 bid. Well, you didn't get it. I really think, like I said earlier, and just to be clear, this stock, I mean, you may have tomorrow, next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to buy this stock. But to me, any day, if they announce that this deal is complete, this stock could be much more expensive. So that's the only thing that just runs through my mind. Also, this morning, it broke 62 cents. That's the high. If it breaks 62 cents on any given day, I think it goes to 80 cents. So anyway, my concern, my urgency is all about price. And I don't see it pulling back. So that's where I am on that. If I come in tomorrow and it's 52 cents and we have all day to trade, we'll deal with that then. It'll just be another opportunity to buy. But and I would say 62 cents was the high. So we might get a couple more days of backing and filling. I don't know that. I showed you the chart earlier. That could happen. But it doesn't matter. My urgency is we do not know when they're going to complete that MOU. It could be this week, could be next week, it could be August. But it'll be soon. And anyway, I feel very strongly that a breakout above 62 cents, it's a lot like silver. If silver breaks out above $52, I think it doubles. I think if this stock breaks out at 62 cents, it will double, regardless of any announcement at all. So that's my urgency. The short position I hate talking about. I hate it. I don't want it to squeeze. But the reason these guys are fighting it so hard, it's going to break out. Now, I just got a text message, and I'll share it with you. You can make out of this what you want. I don't know if you can see it. Let me take it down. So I'll read it to you. This is Frank. Keep my fucking name out of your mouth. I kept my cool with you over the years because of Ham, but now he can't stand you either. You want to play a game with me? I'll engage like you've never seen. So I don't want to play a game with him. The only thing I want you guys to do is not get fooled by him. That's all. That's all. I don't care about Frank. Couldn't care less about Frank. I don't want to play a game with him. But swell. He's gonna engage like you've never seen. All right, so now what? 10,000 to 37,000. Okay, so I changed my mind. Frank's a great guy. He has your best interests in heart, and he really knows this story cold. He's not giving you a hot tip, so you should probably buy it because of Frank. Don't listen to me. Buy it because of Frank. And when Frank says to sell it, sell it. So now what? 37,000. $37,000. Sean Smith, sounds like Benedetto should be reported to the feds for manipulation. It won't matter. It won't matter. They all do it. They all do it. They all do it. They all do it. Dennis Alex, I watch your show. I'm not a member, but I wanted to let you know that I have a total of 20,000 shares. All right. All right. That's great, Dennis. That's a great position. Sean Smith, I spoke with a senior rep at Wu Tang Investments. Never heard of it. And he said, Wu Tang? What does that mean? He said this. Whatever. I'm not going to, at the risk, I'm not going to read the rest of that because it could be shit. Ted Williams, to the clowns with paper hands that sold today at a $10 profit, please enjoy your Happy Meals and good luck getting back in. I had my head examined once and the doctor told me it's still... Well, how did he know? You didn't do your own due diligence. That's hilarious. Oh, you're talking about Northwest. Can you make a short standalone video about RLAIF? Yeah. Yeah, I will. I'll try to do it soon. I don't know. Just to be clear, there's a mixture of ways of looking at the stock. You've got charts and you've got the fundamentals and you've got the tape. I wouldn't fight the tape. This morning, the stock broke out at 64 cents. That's why I went on early. That's why I've faded in and out. But when I saw that, and the bid was over 62 cents, when I saw that, I hurried back here because I thought it was breaking out. And that's what I want to get. That's my urgency. Is the chart showed me that it might be breaking out. The shorts come in and they suppress it. They come in and suppress it. Let me see where the stock is now. 58.44 to 60.08. Ask Daniel, so ask Frank about NVOS. I don't speak to Frank. Par Vent. That's great. You had smarts in the bucks. Yeah, Par did a good. Frankie B, go ahead and ask me about NVOS 0.40 to 120. I don't know, Daniel. What did you pay? I don't know. I don't know anything about that one. I did give my Jennifer disclaimer. The shills are coming out. Yeah. God is watching here, and you, Mr. William. God is keeping books. Catholics don't know this. Have a nice day. Let go the anger and hate. I hope God's watching because I asked him to. What happened to the mineral deal in NVOS? What happened to the mineral deal in NVOS, Frankie? I said it was dog shit from Dan. I don't know. Ted Williams. Shorts are in deep doo-doo here, just a feeling. Frankie. Well, you gotta give him a chance to say his side of it. I'm a trader moron. I trade stocks successfully. I believe that. Trading is different than what most of us on retail have done. When a stock comes out, runs up, you take that profit, and if it goes further, it goes further. I personally think you should let profits run sometimes, but yeah, I believe he. I just lost my microphone. Just lost my microphone. All right. Frankie says, I do agree that you should buy RLAIF in the next 40 minutes because you might not be able to. That's interesting. Watch and learn about timing. Next week, I absolutely agree with $1 plus $1.75 by the next end of next week. I hate to, I can't argue with that. I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means because you might not be able to. I think you can buy tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the following week. My concern is what price you pay. And so the second part of what he's saying is my concern. If you have to pay, I don't know, it's conceivable you pay $1 tomorrow. I don't know what day it's going to happen. That's the whole thing. I just don't know what day it's going to happen. Literally increase my RLAIF. All right. Good price. Good price. 141. 161. Wow. Good job. All right. So you've got about 8 minutes today. I'll come on tomorrow morning. I think you'll be able to buy tomorrow. It looks like the the price action is 58 cents to 60 cents, so it isn't breaking out. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning, but I would feel better if you bought in. I've been saying it every single day. I'm a broken record. I've been saying it since June 5th. Since June 5th. Here, that's the day I came on telling you I thought you needed to buy it because I didn't know when they're going to accomplish that finalization of the deal. And that's been 1, 2, 3, I guess 4 weeks, 4.5 weeks that I've been wrong. So tomorrow might be it, but it could be another 2 weeks from now. My microphone keeps going out. All right. What is wrong with taking profit? Northwest was happy banking some. He said he'd get back in. That's smart. Why does that trigger you? Well, I think guys that are professional traders, and I guess Frank is one, as he just said, they sit, they're dedicated to it. They've learned it over a long period of time, and they're good at it. I don't think most of these people know how to trade. I don't claim to be a day trader or a trader over a couple of days. I don't claim to be that. And specifically, Dirty Red, I've done a lot of work on this stock, and it's not just specific to the stock, it's the macro background. And I think it's idiotic for people who have lost money in stock after stock after stock after stock. And now there's one that the tape is telling you it's strong. The volume's up. We've had 2 or 3 million share days. And this morning it broke out over the new highs, the old highs. So it made new highs. Today it doesn't look like it's going to close that way. It's 60 cents. So tomorrow it may just be here. I could be wrong. But at some point, I'm going to be right. At some point, this is going to be a $1.20 stock. And I think it's crazy to take a short profit. And you know that, Dirty Red. If you're a trader, I don't know if you are, you're supposed to cut your losses short and let your profits run. That's what you're supposed to do. Vance Sparky, 2028. Yeah, put Sparky on the top of that ticket. You said, please, Parvant, Byron. I'm saying this. There are not many people like you, William. Irrespective of what happens in rail, if you really wish good for everyone. God bless you, sir. Yeah. I'm not sure Frank would agree with me. Parvent, my average is 42 cents. Per share. That's good, Pillar. Frankie B. I wonder if he knows he's acting as an unregistered investment advisor, quite the regulatory violation, and he is alluding to inside information. I can't give you financial advice. As I've said over and over again, this is my opinion. I'm not alluding to inside information. I've quoted all of the information that I've had from publicly filed documents, press releases, and charts. That's all. And Frank actually is the one that I think just now made a very definitive statement. In fact, I'll just make sure I have that. Okay. But I'm not acting as an unregistered investment advisor. I'm not. And I am not alluding to inside information. I've been very strong on my belief, and Frank's just here for the first time, so I don't blame him for not knowing the context. But I've been very strong in my belief that Railtown is in the middle of a and I took the charts down, so I'll draw it this time. I've been very clear all along that I think Railtown is a company that it has been in its R&D phase. And my original thesis, which has been going on quite a while, and I don't blame Frank for not knowing that. I've talked about Railtown now for, I'd say, 8 or 9 months. My story hasn't changed. It's not inside information at all. The pattern is typical of a technology company, an R&D company, 40 cents, 60 cents, going sideways in valuation because no one believes the revenue. They're not convinced. It's not proven. But as soon as you have a commercial product, particularly in the AI space, which is high margin, you go up this valuation curve very quickly as you commercialize your product. Well, from last year, I said that I thought the company could be a natural acquisition of the companies in their space. Why did I say that? Because I've dealt with this particularly in oil and gas companies, and there's a company currently I'm raising money for, trying to anyway, private company in the oil and gas space. It's a software company which is doing this exact same thing. They're coming out, it's taken 2 years, but they're coming out and getting their customers, and they are going to, they now have, I think it's 28 companies, all singing their praises, all loving the product, but they haven't quite crossed profitability. But as they get across that and prove their concept, they're going to sell their company. I'm guessing to Halliburton or Schlumberger. And that's what I said last year. I figured Railtown as a technology company would come out, prove up its concept, create revenue, and then sell out. And the natural buyer, I said, would be one of the partners they already have, but it could be anybody. It could be anybody. It's like Northwest Bio. When they prove it up, they may get bought out by one of the big boys. Well, what happened with Railtown here is they met AI partners, and then they decided to buy AI partners. And I think this value jump is much greater now. So I think once this combo gets done, I think this initial starting point becomes much higher. And that's the only thing I'm talking about. It's the only thing. I don't know what's in Frank's head, but the only thing I'm talking about is the S curve of value creation. And I'm saying you're getting in here, and I'm making a guess with backwards numbers. I come up with revenue, and a lot of it is just guesstimates. And I chop it and chop it and chop it. And my initial target was $3.50, $4. So I've been willing to say I now think $6. I am willing to say that because I did all that chopping. So my point is the stocks here for so long, and it got frozen because of the MOU. There's a quiet period. And so the buying is frozen, information is frozen. And my opinion is when they finally finalize the MOU, it's going to be like a pressure cooker, and buying will come in once the information is out. What the information is, I don't know. But according to me, now it's 60 cents. I think over the short term, it could be as soon as a day or two. It could take 2 months. I think the stock's correct value is 10 times higher. That's my assessment. No one else has told me that. That's not inside information. It's just my calculation. Could it be that it's $3? Could it be that it's $12? I don't know. But I have to give you my theory. And I think it's 10x. And that becomes the starting point. And then you have this value creation chart. Starting from $6, in my opinion, and going somewhere. So my urgency is all about being able to buy before that 10x happens. Now, that's my estimate. How do I get to it? As I've shown you this before, but if Railtown buys 20% of the companies, they get 80% of the revenue that's been on Twitter. It's already been posted on Twitter. I don't know if they can buy 33 companies over the last, 2 months. So let's say they get on to 10%, 90-10 split. I don't know what that would be. You get 10% of the companies. Do you get 90% of the revenue? I doubt it. 70% of the revenue? Maybe. So 7 times 4, 28? Yeah, okay. So let's say they buy 10% of the companies. So I think this is probably too high, but I don't know. All I can do is make guesses. So that would be 280 million in revenue. And so if they buy 16 companies, if they've organized to buy 16 companies over the last 3 months out of the AIP partners, maybe they get 280 million revenue locked up. If they've bought fewer, I think it's safe to say by the end of the year, they will have locked up this 280 million in revenue by my guessing. Now, I don't know. I do not know how Constellation Software was able to grow keeping only 20 million shares. It's either by setting up a pass-through entity or just doing revenue sharing deals. I don't know. I'm excited to find out. So I'm going to say of that 280 million, they split it 50-50. So it's 140 million. Out of the 400 million that I saw on Twitter that AIP Partners has, I'm going to say by the end of this year, it's possible the run rate from that portion of the revenue is 140 million. And I cut it by 50% to reflect however they do the revenue sharing. So 140 million. So let me cross this off the top. And then Railtown itself, they've got this conductor product, and they've announced three enterprise sales agreements. I think that's what it's called. I don't know what the revenue is. I have no idea. I don't know how to estimate it. You've got conductor, you've got Lang tracks, you've got rail tracks, you've got shredder, and you've got that new video thing. I would assume conductor will leave the year with 12 million in revenue. Is that a safe bet? I have no idea. I'll say the other four products do a total of 20 million. I'm not saying they do it as current revenue. It's what can be projected. So that gives a total of 172 million. Let's cross that out and call it 150 million. So I'm going to use 150 million as the revenue, the anticipated revenue run rate at the end of this year. Am I being optimistic? I have no idea. So that's 150 million. Now the multiples I showed you on a study that I paid for, from the last 90 plus deals over 6 years, AI deals based on revenue, the highest multiple paid was 50x, the lowest multiple paid was 12x, and the mid-range was 25x. You see it right here on the right? You see it right here on the right? So I don't know which one to use. I've heard the multiples now can be 50x, 100x, 150x. I'm going to use the average. I'm going to use the average of 91 deals over the last 6 years. So 25x. So 25x gives you a valuation of $3,750,000,000. And here's the problem. I don't know how they do their revenue sharing or shares. They currently have 140 million shares outstanding. let's just go the maximum. I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say they double the amount of shares they have out. So they end up with 280 million shares, which I don't think is anywhere near what's going to happen. That gives you a target price of $13.39. $13.39. Now, if you want to say, well, you're being overly optimistic, let's cut that. Let's take 2/3 off of that. Let's just take 1/3 of that as my target. I've done this many times. That's $4.46. And that's my concern. It's as simple as that. My concern is that smarter people than we are, people that have money, people who are in the AI space, once they see that the MOU is in place, finalized, unassailable, and they start learning about Conductor, about the revenues, they won't be guessing. They'll be doing real numbers, and they won't use 25 times revenue either. They're probably going to use 100 times revenue. So this is my concern. Each day that goes by, if that deal finalizes, the stock, in my opinion, shouldn't be trading right now at 60 cents. It should be trading at the starting point. In this example I just gave you, chopping it, let's say at 450. And then that becomes the starting point. I wouldn't call that insider information. I would call that somebody doing back of the envelope calculations that could be or could not be correct. But the idea is correct. The idea is correct. One of these days, one of these weeks, and I was wrong. I said this June 5th. I said this June 5th. And I've been wrong for 4 or 5 weeks. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I really don't. So, I have a Chinese client. She says, you point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. And there's a lot of that in life. All right, Julie, let's see where you are. My husband final tally, 1840. All right. JP, the company has about $1 million in cash. So how are they going to buy another company that's worth $100 million? I don't know the value of the other company. But I would say, JP, that they're not going to pay cash. The gentlemen involved, I've shown you their names before, but maybe it's worth showing you them again, because I don't know if you were on. But if you go to the news release about the acquisition, you can get to their website. Let's start with Railtown. Here's one of the founders. And it says he's had 25 years of software development experience, 10 years leading and building engineering and product development teams. And it says some other good things. He has 25 years of that. All right, repetitive. And then he was vice president of engineering at RESAAS, a prop tech cloud platform. He has led the development effort teams, launched several platforms for Fortune 500 companies, including Microsoft and Starbucks. And then here's Corey Brandolini. This is Railtown. This is Corey Brandolini. 30 years of experience as founder, investor in software companies, 20 years of experience in investment banking, and helped raise a lot of money. He was a partner of Teleo, Teleo, which was acquired by Microsoft. He has 30 years of experience as founder, partner, angel investor, financier, advisor to disruptive high-growth software companies. All right, that's got that guy. And then there's the Dr. Elliot Holtham. Let me just skip to where he worked. He was co-founder and CEO of Extract AI, a machine learning company, which was acquired by Patriot One Technologies. Then there's Kevin O'Neill. He comes from Merrill Lynch, like all good Irishmen. So he was the CEO of Extract AI, which was acquired by Patriot One Technology. So, all right, that's that one. Now let me show you. This is the website for AI partnerships. Here's the team. Michael Nobrega, let me read it to you. Former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS, O-M-E-R-S, one of Canada's largest pension funds with more than $100 billion in assets under management. Previously served as president and CEO of OMERS, wholly owned subsidiary, Borealis Infrastructure Management, Inc. Next guy, Dr. Tom Carr. Do you notice these guys are not young? Dr. Tom Carr, former president and CEO of Ontario Centres of Excellence for 10 years. Previously held the joint positions of president and CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park, and a couple other things. This guy, entire career at IBM. And then here's the key guy, John Ruffalo. In my opinion, this is the key guy at AI Partners. Founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. Founder of OMERS Ventures, OMERS. That's the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System. OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the OMERS Pension Fund. During his leadership, OMERS Ventures invested over $500 million of capital in over 40 disruptive technology companies. And they name them. This guy, JP, was he was one of the people backing Constellation software. Let me show you a chart of Constellation software. Problem is I can only get, on here, I can only get 5 years. Let's see if it shows. Yeah, 5 years isn't going to do it. Let me see. 5 years. Well, it gives you an idea. This is the last 5 years of Constellation software. And it starts at under 1,600 and it goes to 5,000. That's Constellation software. If you get a longer back chart, it starts under $10 and goes to 5,000. Anyway, that guy, John Ruffalo, and that is on Twitter. You can find that on Twitter. It's stated that he was one of the architects of Constellation software. So here's my question to you, JP. Do you think John Ruffalo, who's going to sell AIP Partners, which has the strategy, they have 165 companies in their network, and their strategy is to roll up those companies, I think a la Constellation software. Do you think he's going to sell for cash? I don't think so. This is not a buyout for cash. This is a marriage of really experienced men and women who want to create, I read it to you, that's what Corey Brandolini said in his blurb after he announced the merger. They want to create a powerhouse. They want to create a powerhouse in the AI space. That's what's happening. So the merger is going to be more about how do we split responsibility. This is all my opinion. How do we split responsibilities? How do we share the upside? And how do we structure the original ownership? Railtown gets what? AI Partners gets what? And that's probably what's taken 4 months to figure out. Maybe it'll take another month. Maybe it'll take another month. Pilar, tell Frank to come see me. You're the best, Pilar. My friend in London, he always has a great sense of humor. There was a guy, this happened a long time ago. There was this big guy. We went out somewhere to have a beer, and this big, huge guy, probably a professional football player, not, a soccer player, or he was, it doesn't matter. But he is a huge guy, very strong. And we're having our beer, and my friend taps me. He goes, I was in the middle of talking to someone. He taps me. He says, hey, Bill, that guy over there. I said, what? What? He says, that guy just called you an asshole. And I said, so? And then my friend says, the answer is he's right, because he was so big. Anyway, I appreciate that, the pillar. I appreciate that. Who is Frank? That's Frank Benedetto. And he's put out a, I don't follow Twitter, but somebody sent it to me that I can read it to you just so I don't misquote it. I mean, he put it out on Twitter. He can't blame me for showing it. Frank Benedetto, RLAIF. See it? What Frank says is this was, I think this was yesterday. 62 is 52-week high. Break 62, we are in blue sky breakout. And then at the bottom, you can't see it. He says, this one is special. I doubled my holdings today. So anyway, I mean, I happen to agree with him, and that's what I thought was happening this morning. when you break out above 62 cents in this stock, it's not going to go to 70 cents. My guess is it goes to $1.20. It doubles, $1.25. I'm not sure it stops there, but I would guess if it breaks out, goes to 125, I'm picking that, there might be a pullback a little bit to $1, like that. But then I think it's on its way to, who knows? You don't know. But I would guess the next magnetic pull would be, I don't think it'd be 150. I think it'd be $2 would be the next siren song for the stock. That's just guesswork, but that's what I think. I'm not going to read that one. That's not going to be very good. My average cost was under 30 cents, so I thought it was prudent to take some profits. That's fine, Parvent. I think you took your profits too soon, but 250 is a very nice position. And if I had to guess, when news comes out, and I'm making a lot of assumptions, but when news comes out, I think the information that goes along with it might have you agreeing with me that it's going to be cheap at $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, whatever. To me, the whole story is about revenue and the multiples that are going to be paid by revenue. And the reason that I'm so adamant, and I have been for 5 weeks and longer, but really over this period of time, is because we came into June. I thought it would be done by the first half. It wasn't. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong about the urgency. So now that we're in July, I feel like it's urgent every single day. That's as simple as it is. But along with that, the reason I think you made a mistake, Parvent, and I'm congratulating you on 250, is the move from 30 cents to 60 cents. I think that's the tape telling you what's going on. I don't think that is a pump and dump. I don't think that's a bunch of guys getting together talking up the stock, and the next thing you know, it's going back down. What I think that is it's telling you that finally the 4-month process, 4.5-month process of getting approval is nearing its conclusion. We used to call that don't fight the tape. That's what I see. The other thing is the reason the stock, in my opinion, is still in the tens of cents, the 60 cents, is because, and I've said this so many times, for weeks I've said this, months even, that the February 11th announcement precluded all of the insiders from Railtown, all of the investors in Railtown, the large ones, all that, they can't buy. They can't buy any more stock while it's in restricted period. They're too close to material inside information. On the other hand, at AI Partners, all of those investors cannot buy. And then all of the companies, depending on their level of participation, they can't buy. So not only can't the principals buy, all of the investors that are large enough to be in the know, they can't buy. So you've got two sources of knowledgeable people who would, in all likelihood, want to buy, who cannot buy. And then you've got Canaccord Genuity. It's on their restricted list. That means their brokers, their retail brokers, cannot recommend it. to be bought. Their institutional brokers cannot recommend it to be bought. They can't put out research. Anybody in investment banking cannot buy it. And Canaccord is, I think, the fourth largest banking company in Canada. I'm sure they have the entire book of institutions as their clients. And stocks are not bought, they're sold. So most of those institutions aren't going to have heard about Railtown. The brokers have to pick up the phone and tell them about it in order to get them to buy it. They can't do it. So in the face of that, Parvent, the announcement on February 11th, which said MOU in the headline, and then if the computers read this stuff, I don't know if it's called algorithms, but the computers can process all the PR news. And the computers saw in there that the company is going to take weeks to finalize the deal. So a typical short seller is going to start selling the stock automatically because the SEC requires the CEOs to tell the world they're going to do the deal. And in a normal situation, the first CEO offers the other CEO a buyout and says, I'll give you 10 million shares at whatever, I'm making it up, at $5. The short, or $1, let's say at $1. The short starts selling it down, and by the time 3 or 4 weeks go, it's down to 40 cents. And the second CEO says, I'd love to merge, but I want to do it now at 25 million shares. The first CEO says, we can't do that. That would give you control. Well, I'm uncomfortable doing it for 10 million because the stock price is now 40 cents instead of $1. So the two CEOs break apart. They don't do the deal. That's beautiful for the shorts because they've sold it down from $1 to 40 cents. When the deal breaks up, all the investors start dumping. They're like, shit, I knew this was crap. It goes to 20 cents. They have all that profit on what they sold. Beautiful for the shorts. And then they can hammer it. And probably they get it baselined. They get it seller boxed. The other way is the two CEOs agree. All right, I'll let you do it, but I'm going to, if you'll allow us to issue ourselves enough shares to stay in control, I'll do it. So they agree to issue more shares, maybe to get in control, but they agree to the lower price. So the CEO is pricing his company at a lower price. The banker, whoever it is, the Kramers, they'll come in and the short seller will come to the Kramers and say, hey, we'll give the company money to finance that deal. We can't do it at 40 cents. We'll do it at 20 cents. We'll do it at 20 cents with warrants at 20 cents. And the two guys said, no, we can't do that. Well, then we're not doing it. So the CEO said, all right, we'll do it. Well, those warrants, the at the money and all, it's all helps them short further. They do it at 20 cents. So now you've gone from issuing shares at $1 all the way down to 20 cents, and you've expanded the number of shares outstanding. The per share value of whatever's good is nothing. And then they just short it down. It is the most brilliant scheme ever. And Parvent, what happened here is that with Railtown, the computers got them into it. The cocky guys figure, Canaccord, we're in like Flynn. Just keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. The deal will break up. They agree with Tony, not so dinero. They agree with him that, they're going to have to raise money. It's going to be dilution, all that. Because it always has been. Every other situation it has been. But not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Why? I think the reason why it's different here is these guys already have done it before. They're already well off, at least comfortable. And they got together and decided to do it the right way. And I also think they know the games that are played by the short sellers. So yes, the stock price is low, but they didn't really need to go out and raise a lot of money. They did an offering last year. It was a pretty low price. I forget it. Oddly, I don't think it was lower than, well, now I think it's lower than the prices now, but I don't think it was lower than where the prices have been for a while. And then they just did a strategic raise. And I bet they do more strategic raises. Or maybe not. It just depends on how quickly, because the revenue out of AI partners is ongoing, I think. So if they buy them, they may be able to book that revenue and they don't have to raise any money at all. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. Yeah, I think what happened here is the shorts deployed their strategy that always works in these markets, because the markets are on the side. The funds are on the side of the criminals. But this time, the company is going to come out. Did you see that Star Trek movie where they're on some stupid planet and there's goofy guys running around in yellow, and it's the newer Star Trek, and they're not supposed to see the starship, so they had it in the sea, but Spock is trying to put out a volcano, and I don't know, and they jump off and they go in and they decide to save Spock. So the huge starship comes up out of the sea and zooms off to the volcano, so they all see it. So they got in trouble. But that's what Railtown's going to do. Railtown's going to come from underwater down here in the over-the-counter market and the Canadian, and it's going to take off like a behemoth. And it's going to be up, I don't know what price. You know, I throw out all these numbers, and I've increased my numbers because a lot of shills have come here, because I don't want you being shaken out. I just don't want you being shaken out. My target, to be clear, is simply 10x, because I'm arbitrarily assuming that the real value of this stock is 10 times higher than where it's trading now. I could be wrong. It could be 5x. It could be 15x. But my urgency is simply this. And it's been that way every single day. I don't know if you've listened to me. Any day, tonight, they could announce, hey, we closed that deal. I do have a caution. They probably need 40 days to get shareholder vote. But anyway, tired of explaining myself. I think once that buying that's been withheld because of the restricted period, they don't need any explanation. They don't need me blabbing and trying to cajole and explain. They already know what's coming. They already know that AI 2.2 is going to change everybody's life. They already know that all the bankers out there, from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to BlackRock to State Street to all of them, are going to be pouring money into the AI space. They are going to want to get in. That's my opinion. It's just my opinion. That's because I've seen markets do this before. I don't know what that means, and I'm not going to read it out loud, because it might mean something. I don't know what it means. Isn't there a rap song, "Don't Call It a Comeback"? What a great price reversal today. Shorts are screwed. Oh, I didn't look at the close. I don't know where it closed. Oh, there it is, 60 cents. And the volume was 894,000. Yeah. Yeah. Frank's a sexy guy. Listen to his advice. Big box. Big BO55. Okay. That's a good reason to listen to somebody. People voted for George Bush because he was sexier than Al Gore. Makes sense to me. Hope y'all make tons of money, but I'm an investor, not a trader. Good stocks have value over the long term. Buy dips on stocks I was going to buy anyway. Well, that's what I'm trying to say here. I don't want to be a trader, and I don't want it to squeeze because I don't want to turn people into traders. But I think that's what you're saying. I agree with you. So now what? Dirty Red Northwest said he'd get back in at 47. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Yeah, it could be down tomorrow. I don't see it. But frankly, these guys have, in the past, these guys have come on and told me where the stock's going, almost in a threatening way. And it does. So it's possible it'll go to 47 cents. I don't believe so. I think the stock is going to, well, I don't know, 60 cents. With less than 1 million shares, and it's Friday. I would guess tomorrow we'll have the chance to buy it in the same range as we did today, 57 to 68, 61 cents range. I think tomorrow it's going to be a soft day because it's Friday. I wouldn't expect, if there's good news, companies usually put it out at the beginning of the week. So I think tomorrow will be a slow news day. And I think, I don't know, my opinion, the stock didn't really show that it's going to follow through 62 cents. It looks like, anyway, that's how I see it. I think tomorrow you might be able to still buy the stock in the 59 cent range, just to pick one number. Dirty Red, 60 cents. I don't know what that means. Frankie says, Pilar, I'll come see you anytime. Dirty Red, I hope it goes to 120. Maddie, so much for, I'm not going to read that. That's, but all right. Pilar, Frankie boy, you can come on William Space and say some things, tough words to a nice older gentleman. Yeah, I am older. I remember when I was your age, but I was never in your shape because he has an opinion on you. I'm an MMTLP holder, and I know plenty of folks in those spaces. Well, it's interesting, the Pilar. There was one gentleman here who had a huge loss yesterday in MMTLP, And I was thinking last night about it. I didn't sleep that well. And I really wished, after I heard him, I wished maybe that I had gotten on some of those spaces over the last month and just said, hey, why don't you look at this stock? I didn't think of it. I didn't, my goal isn't really to, go into somebody else's spaces and try to change the subject or anything. But what I was thinking last night is there are a lot of people that lost money in MMTLP. And I'm absolutely convinced that this value curve, the S curve, is going to happen with Railtown. And it happens with a lot of stocks that have this setup. That's what I see. And it would have been nice, maybe, if I had been able to suggest this to a number of MMTLP people. But it didn't occur to me until late last night. It's just one of those things. And maybe what I can do is still do that over the weekend somehow. But I don't want to seem like I'm in there trying to, I don't want it to look like I'm being acquisitive. I was just thinking it would have been great to help other people make money back. Frankie B, I'm begging you, please don't want to take it further. Frankie B, anytime. Pilar, I know people and I'll be in touch. Nice older man talking a bunch of shit. My crew is supporting and buying. What the fuck is the problem? All right. I'm not going to read that one. Chris Falvey, does anyone else see a pattern here? Get in touch. My number is everywhere. See you soon. Dirty Red, can't knock people for taking profit. Okay, guys, this is why Dirty Red is here. Times are tough for some. Everyone's situation is different. A winning trade is good. Okay. This is what I don't want you to listen to in this stock. These kind of stocks don't come by that often. They just don't. So what a venture capital firm does, or what I don't know if investment banks do it, but what a growth fund might do, or a pool of money, just any pool of money trying to make money. I ran out of space. So let's just use 10. They'll invest in 10 companies. They'll invest in 10 companies. And they do their due diligence. They're all speculative. They're all startups. They're all have a great story, but they have all the typical issues. Management can make mistakes. They have to have user acceptance. They have to be first to market, but maybe they're not. They need to raise money. They need to execute on their development plan, and maybe they fall behind. So for most situations, they plan On 3 companies, they lose everything. They're a complete wipeout. 3 companies just wipe out. Nothing. And then the next 3 companies, they lose money, but at least they get something back. But they're still losers. They lose, they get back 25%. They lose 70%. They lose 50%. But at least they get something back. It's like people get a check. And that happens a lot. So those are really terrible. And then they have the next 4 left. 2 or 3 of the remaining 4, you get your money back, you make a little money. You make a little money. You make 5% on one, 10% on the other, 7%. But when you blend that in with all the rest of the fund, it's a disaster. The whole portfolio is a disaster. These crapped out to 0. These lost 70, 80%. And these made your money back. When they go to the main investor and say, look, we made money on these 3, they're going to say, yeah. But overall, I lost 80% of my money. But then the 10th stock hits. And the 10th stock hits. And it goes up 100x. It goes up 100x. And so that 100x, they don't remember any of these other stocks. This 100x is what they talk about. This 100x makes it a successful investment. But what Dirty Red wants you to do is to sell your profit quickly. My opinion, he wants that money in motion, so you do some other nightmare thing. But if you sell quickly, you do not benefit from the outsized returns here. Everybody here. I'll just go through mine. That's not the one. What is it called? I mean, there's probably more, but off the top of my head, all of those stocks I lost everything on. Everything. All those stocks I lost everything on. So if I then, and it's a lot, by the way, if I then own a small position of Rail, and I have a small position, for me anyway, that's how I feel about it. And I don't think it's fair to say I've doubled my money, but let's say I have. Let's say I have doubled my money. This guy, Dirty Red, would say, oh, take your profit. You have a win. Well, now what am I going to do? I'm going to go listen to some of the same crap stocks again? I think it's smarter to wait until Railtown. Look, here's my numbers on Railtown. I think right now it's 60 cents. I think in a short period of time, whether that's within days of when they finalize that deal, or if it takes 6 to 8 weeks, I think in a short period of time, the stock is $6. And I would say by this is pushing it. This is pushing it, but I'm going to stay with my theory. I'll say by 18 months. By the end of next year. I'll say it could be $60. So what Dirty Red wants you to do, hey, you got your profit, sell. But how are you ever going to get in a stock that does that again, unless it's all bullshit and you have the risk of losing money? With Railtown, I don't know, 60 is a little bit higher than when I first started talking about Railtown. It was 35 cents, 30 cents. So I used $3.50 and $35. That's 100x. Now with 60 cents as the starting point, 100x, we'll find out. I think it's achievable, but it might be a little bit of a stretch. But my point is, when it goes to $6, it's going to stay there. When it goes to $60, if it gets there, it's going to stay there. So why would you take a quick profit and then put yourselves at the vagaries of all this crap stocks in the over-the-counter market? If you haven't learned by now, there's a cottage industry around finding a CEO, finding a shell, finding a company with contract, a guy who got some contracts, getting a banker, and then getting a market maker, and then tell the story. So then the stock goes from 15 cents to 80 cents. Hey, you got to get on board. Everybody gets on board. The guys in the back are selling. The shorts are selling. And then the banker comes in, crosses, they make their money, and then they drive it down to seller boxed. It's just happening over and over and over and over and over again. And nobody cares. Part of the problem is that under the Clinton administration, it became legal for brokerage firms to give you what's called a securities entitlement. So they just give you a securities entitlement. And then they play the dance game. The attorneys are mostly in on it. All of the people in the, whatever you want to call it, the milieu, they're all in on it. They all know if they go along, get along, they'll make money. As long as they don't rat on each other, they'll make money on the next company, and the next company, and the next company. And why you would listen to Dirty Red, who's part of that. So my average price is probably 38 cents. My average price is probably 38 cents because I bought early. So I haven't quite doubled. But if I'm listening to Dirty Red, he'd say, oh, take a profit. It's a win. That is the advice that is someone that dislikes you. My shares they're in my IRA, so it doesn't really have an impact on my life. But the 38 cents is now worth 60 cents. What am I going to do? Sell it so I can wait and hear about the next crap stock? Oh, well, we have a medical device, and it's in second phase of approval, and we have engineers. They're here, and the guy's a genius. You went through that with MMAT. It wasn't medical. But we have cash, and there's a big short position. If we can get the stock up, it's going to cause it to squeeze. Everybody jumps in, and then more people jump in, more people jump in. They need you to do that so they can steal your money. Anyway, I'd rather keep my 60 cents that I'm already up on and wait for $6. And the problem with this stock, as I see it, is once it's $6, I don't think you should sell. But we'll find out. We don't have that information. This is my projection. The rest of it, we don't have enough information on. But I think, and again, let me just break it down for the slow people, like the guy that just accused me of something. It is a combination of the macro market, AI 2.0 has suddenly become possible because of the advances in NVIDIA and the other companies, and because of the data centers. The computing power is gigantic. It's a quantum leap. So that has now made AI 2.0 achievable. And these two guys at Railtown planned for that. They didn't know when, but they said, let's be early this time. And they were. Now, I have expressed this story very similarly with less adamancy, because I saw it as, and I didn't know the magnitude. It is an analog. It's almost a complete match to a company that I've been working with now for 3 years, with a good friend of mine, which is a drilling company. It doesn't drill. It doesn't drill. It's the software tool that makes drilling, when you go down and then stay horizontal for a few miles, it stays in the zone 98% of the time because of their software, which is cloud-based. It's real time. It's AI, but I don't know that it's as good as this. I have no idea. But it allows teams to make decisions in real time, quickly, wherever they are, instead of having a guy on the rig cowboying it and making his best guess, because those drill bits move up and down out of the zone. So if you've got a 3 mile zone that's I don't know, 20 feet, and you're hauling all this steel and drilling, and then you got to pull it back at another, you're constantly at the end of it adding pipe. That drill bit can be going fine. It hits a fault. All of a sudden, you're underneath the zone of interest. And by the time you get back up, you've missed it by 100 yards. And then you're back in, and it goes up over, and then you kind of settle down and you're back in. Well, when you go back in and frack, you miss all of that. This tool keeps you in the zone for 98% of the time. It turns what they call tier 2 assets into tier 1 assets. It's a private company. But the founder of it developed 2 other software companies for oil and gas. He sold one to KKR at 10x, And the other one he sold, this is all by memory, he sold the other one to something like Halliburton or a competitor at 5 or 6x. And it was all about developing the software. When he came out, he acquired customers, proved the revenue model, and then the big clients bought it at a huge multiple. So that's what I saw. It, maybe not on the first time I looked at it. I got a deck on it. I've shown you the deck. It's old now. And so I read Railtown, and it seemed like the same kind of story. The only thing is I don't understand AI like I understand oil and gas. It seemed like the same story. They've developed the software. It solves a problem and it's great. And they have big partners. Instead of Schlumberger and Halliburton, they have Microsoft, AMD, and NVIDIA and some others. Well, once they prove it up, those guys are going to buy. Made sense to me. That was the extent of my enthusiasm of it. And I thought that would be a fairly quick process because technology, in my experience, happens very quickly. And I was impressed with the story and all that. But, it's just one of several ideas, thinking of other things, silver, platinum. But then when it was taking time, I got a kind of cryptic, talked to one guy that doesn't say much, but I got kind of a cryptic indication, that AI Partners is a pretty important group. And that's when I saw the posts on Twitter that talked about John Ruffalo and talked about the revenue. That was on or around when they announced that acquisition. So that really got me thinking about it. That because it's huge revenue. It's huge revenue. Of course, I didn't know what would be the, what's the deal and how do you structure it? I didn't know any of that, but that's huge revenue. But it still was kind of, I guess it's a delay. That was the extent of my feeling about it. It'll work out. Oh, that sounds all right. That's great. It'll work out. But then I guess many things happened. The other stocks weren't working, but I ordered this study on the multiples, and I've shown it to you. 25x, pretty good multiple, and those are the revenues. Oh, wow. And then I looked into this Ruffalo guy a little bit. I was slow to it. But once I looked up, and it probably took me 5 or 6 times of hearing the name Constellation Software before I looked it up. And then I was astonished. I got a research, I read you it. I got a research piece and read that. I looked at the chart. It went from under $10 to 5,000. And the model was identical to what the roll-up model was with AI Partners. Identical. And I've been involved in roll-ups before. So that concept made sense to me. So I said, wow, this really is something. This really could be big. So I didn't do much with it. I know I mentioned it, but I never really got emphatic about it. And I know you're not going to believe me, but I watched that James Altucher video. I didn't get all the way through it, but I watched it 3 times trying to get all the way through it. And I used to subscribe to his service for crypto. And I find it, I don't need to hear all the bragging. I don't need to hear all the marketing. Could you just get to the point? But he said several things that got me interested. Then my friends send the video from my office, my old office, the Morgan Stanley analyst, talking about AI 2.0 in the context of the next phase. Basically, he summarized the first part of AI was collecting data. The next phase is using it, but it needs extremely high computing power. So that clicked in. No wonder NVIDIA's trading so high. No wonder Tesla's trading so high. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. But the biggest thing, the most powerful thing that hit me, because I've been through it before, and I thought it would happen in gold this year. And if you had been listening to me different times, you might have heard it. Gold and silver, the mining. I thought as we came around the corner of the new year that all those big Mag 7 companies, that people got paid their bonus on it, they would start looking for the next play. And I figured naturally it's going to be resources and oil and gas. I think there's a little bit of that. And as I'm talking to you, maybe Wall Street's glad that they have a different idea, because a lot of them are exposed to being short, particularly silver, Bank of America and JP Morgan, although JP Morgan somehow has gone long. So anyway, what really got me excited was that if Morgan Stanley is educating their wealth advisors, and they probably are the premier retail brokerage firm in the country and internationally. And I know that's where I worked, but that means to me that they're going to be raising ETFs, selling ETFs, selling managed money, retirement accounts, maybe IPOs, and they're going to do investment banking deals. They're going to raise a ton of money for AI. So that's the real thing that got me thinking that this isn't just another stock. This isn't just another opportunity. And then I played the two videos from, I played them for you too, but I played the two videos I found of Corey Brandolini. And I became very urgent on this stock. But as you know, there's some Johnny-come-latelys here. I haven't been Johnny-come-lately on this stock. This has been something I've been talking about 10 months. And only since, at the risk of repeating myself, only since the first part of June did I start saying, you got to act, you got to act, you got to act, you got to do it now, you got to do it now. And it's because of this. That's probably what I've done, is confuse people. I think the long story is gigantic. I think once you own this stock, you're not going to want to sell it. But the part that I'm really urgent on is I think Railtown's the wrong price. I think at 60 cents, it's the wrong price, because there is no price discovery. All the buyers who know revenue, who know multiples, who have the money, who understand AI, who know the future of AI, they have portfolio companies. They know how they can mix and match. They talk to the geniuses. They can't buy. They can't buy. And so when the MOU is turned into a finalized agreement, and I really think it can be any day. I thought it could be any day in June. So I'm not going to back off. I think it can be any day in July. But could it be August? Sure. Hell yeah. Delays come. For that matter, it could be September. But I really think 5 months is enough time, 4.5 months is enough time to get it done, but I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I don't want to take the risk of not being in it. I'd rather be in it early. And if it happens, I don't know, if it happens, what's today, the 8th? Let's say it happens June 15th. Great. If it doesn't, and it's sorry, July 15th. If it doesn't and it's August 8th, all right, it's August 8th. But if I wait until August and it did happen July 15th, I didn't get the shares I wanted. And that's my urgency. My urgency is that for people who have lost money, for people who are trying to recover their accounts, I want you to own as many units of Railtown because I think the stock should be trading 10x higher. Now, I just showed you why I come up with that number. It's already higher than what I said before, so I might be pushing it. But if it turns out it goes to $3, that's a good trade. On the other hand, it might go to $12. That's a great trade. But I don't know what example to give off the top of my head. There was a woman here who had, I think, 1,000 shares of Finger at $3.50, and I'm doing it by memory. And she asked, I don't think I volunteered it. I think she asked, and I said, you could sell that now, and you could buy. I actually think it was 12,000 shares of Railtown because it was under 30 cents. It was like 28 cents. And I said, 12,000 shares of Railtown, if it goes to $5, I gave the number. And if you keep 1,000 shares of Finger at $3.50, it has to go to $35. Or more, $50, which is more likely in the short run. And so I suggested to her, you should consider, I might even said I would do it, sell your Finger at $3.50, buy 12,000 shares of Railtown. And if Railtown does, if I'm right, it goes to $4 or $5, you can sell a couple of 1,000 shares and buy back your Finger, in my opinion. Because I predicted at the time that Finger would be flat over the next 2 months. Whereas I think Railtown will give a 10x, particularly from 30 cents. I don't know if she did it, but if she were to do that trade now, she would get $2,000 out of Finger, and she'd be able to buy 3,400 shares of Rail. I still think Railtown's valuable, but that's my urgency. That's why I'm being so insistent, because she could have bought, coulda, woulda, shoulda, I know, but she could have purchased 12,000 shares. If she does it now, she can buy, let's say, 3,500 shares. It's a big difference. It's a big difference in how you can change your financial account. That's my urgency. That's why each day I say you should buy it today. You should act today. That's why I say it. Because I don't know when, but sometime in the future, and I think it's the near future, it could be weeks away. It could be, frankly, it could be August or September. But I think it could be any day, just the same. I get up every morning and I look to see if there's some news. Mainly so I can shut up about the stock for a few days. But to me, it makes the difference. This was an example of this one I remember. But hypothetically, it could be making the difference between buying, I don't know, if you have $6,000, you could buy 10,000 shares today. You might tomorrow be able to buy 10 or 11,000 shares, or Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday, or next Monday. On the other hand, sometime, maybe it's next week. I don't think it'll be tomorrow, because I don't think good news happens at the end of the week. So that means maybe sometime at the beginning of the next week, beginning of the next week, beginning of that next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But at some time, you might wake up and you dawdled and you waited and the stock's $1.20. Then your $6,000 only buys 5,000 shares. And that's why I'm so urgent. It's the magnitude of the benefit to your account is by buying it now. And that's why I'm so urgent each time I am. I don't know why it matters to me so much. I'm not being paid, but it does matter to me. It does matter to me. I want you guys to make money. I think now I have 150 people that have given their numbers. It's not me, by the way. It's you. But if we have 5% of the company, which we do, 7 million shares, we're going to have some power if we stick together and we don't listen to Dirty Red. I mean, I think it's insane after all the losses we've had to cut your profit short here because Dirty Red says you can't knock people for taking a profit. Guys, it's not about one trade, and I don't want you to be hot hand traders anymore. I want you to get out of this whole space. And Railtown gets you out, particularly if we stick together. And it doesn't have to be me. Invite Franken to do it. Invite Hammond to do it. Invite, I don't know, some other name. I can't think of another name that talks to you. Ace. Get Ace to do it. But this gives us some control. It gives us an edge. You ever see that scene in The Outlaw Josie Wales where Hell's coming for breakfast? Get ready, little sister. Hell's coming for breakfast. As they're setting up, he comes up. There's a dozen of them, and he's up on the hill. Indian George says, if I guess right, the sun is at his back. Yeah, that'll give him an edge. You'll have an edge. We have an edge here. But if you do what Dirty Red says, you're just back in the high seas of mediocrity and chance. Railtown isn't chance. Railtown is an investment. And yes, there's going to be an aspect of Railtown that's going to be hot money. Come in now, buy it. It's 60 cents, 62 cents. It's going to be run. Take it. Yay, we made a profit. I don't want you to do that. You can, but I don't want you to do that. We don't have enough information for me to be 100% sure about what's next. But I feel really confident that price discovery, once the buyers can come in, is much higher than here. That's why I'm urgent. That's why I'm urgent. That's the only reason I'm urgent. And I've been wrong. I was wrong yesterday. I've been wrong since Thursday the 5th. But the stock has gone up, so I guess I'm right in that sense. So if I'm judged on my urgency, by others, I don't think it's quite fair. I really don't think it's quite fair. My message hasn't changed for months, but certainly for the last 4 or 5 weeks, my message hasn't changed. And I've been very thorough, I think, in reviewing the publicly announced. I've read them. I've read it all out. I've played the videos. I've explained my rationale over and over again. So I don't accept accusations lobbed my way at the last minute. It's not fair. It's not right. It's not true. Anyway, so I don't like that strategy of taking a quick profit. And the weird thing is, I'm not sure taking a profit. Let me explain that while I'm on it. If this stock does go to $6, maybe it's $3, maybe it's $10, whatever. But if it goes to $6, I think that's the new starting point. And from there, I think there could be a 10x or a 15x. But the reason to sell is you want to lock in your profit. Why do you want to lock in your profit? Because you're afraid it's going to go down. As this stock goes up, it's not coming back down. Now, there might be days of volatility. There could be a panic if Iraq invaded Iran and Russia dropped a bomb or something. There could be a panic in the market, but that's different, and it would probably rebound. But and that's a reason, if you feel that something like that's coming, that's a reason to go to cash, I suppose. But if this stock, which right now, my whole premise, that's the thing. My whole premise is the institutions are not buying this stock, and they're going to want to. Wall Street isn't buying this stock, and they're going to do it heavily. That's my whole premise. It's my whole premise. And if institutions buy at $6, they're not selling it, and the short sellers aren't going to be able to drive it down. Institutions are buying it for the big, longer-term play. And so I think some of this advice, you got a profit, you better get out. That's not this stock. That is not this stock. I can't emphasize it enough. If it goes to 6, it's going to stay there. I mean, everything fluctuates. Nothing goes straight up. But give it, a reasonable time frame, it's going to stay there on its way to 12. And then when it's 12, it's going to stay there. Then 25, it's going to stay there. That is my premise, because institutions and Wall Street are going to buy the heck out of it. But we need, my first projection is the one I'm focused on, is the first 10x. So it's like the story I just told you about that one person. She could have had 12,000 shares. Now she can have 3,300. That's a big difference to me when I see a way that people can change their account. Anyway, let me move on. All right, I'm not going to read that one out either. Good night, people. Didn't say peeps, trigger word, wink, XRP. All right, so he wants you to buy XRP. You sound like you know a thing or two about that place. I don't know what that. Oh, I guess it relates to that. All right. Autumn, update my RLAIF to 26,690. All right, Autumn. 26,690. There's a community of people here that want to improve their their lot, provide for their families, gain financial time. It's a shame we have to endure the invaders. We will win. Yeah, thank you, Giuseppe. Sparky. 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 I wouldn't get tangled up with Frankie B. Might get more than you bargained for, peeps. Just some friendly advice. Well, I think that's good advice. I don't want anybody getting tangled up with anyone else. I think it's okay. It's okay to, I get a little worked up because I see something here and I'm trying to get a point across. I also see how these other guys prey on you. And I don't want you to be preyed upon. But most of all, I guess I just want you to hold on your stock and get rich. I want you to see what it's like. Now, there's a lot of slips between cup and lip, but I don't think there's going to be a slip on the 10X. Later on, we'll see. We got to get the information. We've got to get, I think the most important thing we have to get is a sense of revenue and revenue growth projections. And I don't know how long it takes to get that. Yes, Donna, you're a sweetheart. I'll say it again. My Jennifer disclosure. I don't speak to the company, and I am not getting paid by the company. I don't have shares. I don't have warrants. Now that we have these many shares, I'd love to have set up some methodology like having a fund, but I don't expect to make anything out of this whole effort. And I've been working hard at it. So I don't really, I guess people can make an assumption, but if they haven't been here for the 10 months I've been talking about the stock, I don't think it's fair to lob in an accusation, particularly when I just read his own comment. The older I get, the more I understand. My fighting days are over, Frankie B. Yeah. I appreciate you, the pillar. I keep saying Pilar. That's because there's a gold project I've been working on forever, and Pilar is one of the consultants. But don't get in a fight with Frankie, and Frankie shouldn't get in a fight either. When I was talking about something else a long time ago, I think I was threatened, but I'll leave that alone. I don't want to go back in time. I just want everybody here to make the reason I get urgent, and the reason I miss tennis matches, and the reason I repeat myself, and the reason I say do it now is because whether I'm right or it takes another 4 weeks, because I wasn't right about June, when you look back on it, it's going to be a very short window that you had to buy it. And already the stock has essentially doubled. So anybody that waited, if you had listened to my urgency a month ago, you have twice the number of shares. And I'm afraid if you wait any more, particularly today, and Frank said it on his own post, by the way, breaking 62 cents, which I saw this morning while I was running an errand, and it made me come back here quickly. That is an indication the stock could break out. I believe the shorts pressured it down. So like any other stock, the normal trading patterns don't occur because of the criminal activity. When they finally, if they ever do get the deal done, I don't think the shorts are going to be able to fight. Well, that's not 100% true, because the buyers are going to be all sorts of different people and funds, in my judgment, institutions even, and they'll have different parameters. Some of those will only be able to buy at $10 or $7 or $5. So it'll probably be initially a little bit stair-steppy, maybe. And then when it hits a number and the bigger guys will come in, it'll jump 3 or 4 points. Anyway, all of it means I would just like you to get as many shares as you can now, because tomorrow you'll get fewer. That's all. Hey, Ryan, thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, Phil, I think it looks like you're going to be able to buy tomorrow at 60 cents or less. Well, no, I don't have a bid and ask. The volume wasn't as high as the last 2 days. And if I had to guess, the shorts will come in and keep this under 60 cents tomorrow, or try to. So I think you'll have a chance to buy it tomorrow. I bought. All right, Donna. And Kelly bought. She's very brave. She's very brave, bought 6349. Yeah, I'll put this in. I'll put that in. Chris is also giving me shit. Hype man. Yeah, it might be hyping. I would say it's more conviction, but could be hyping. I don't. Hype implies to me that you're making things up, or you're lying, or you're hoping people come in to buy so it runs. I personally, going back to this guy, I personally think that this stock is going up because of Canada, not because of us. And I don't think it matters what we do. I think this stock is bound and determined to go up. So anyway, it's 541. I'm willing to stay to 6, but I'm also might just turn it off now. I'm a little worn out. I guess telling you what goes on in the market as I see it, and changing it to a personal thing distracts from the message. And the message is, if you do this, you should never trade in these over-the-counter markets again. This will get you to a point where you can buy whatever you want, like a dividend stock, bonds, whatever, or stay in this, or you buy silver. And a number of people have come in, and they're trying to get you the old tricks of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and distraction. Go over here, go there, diversity, all of this. I am trying, and I've done it as Pete pointed out, I haven't talked about silver even. I've done it for over a month now. I'm trying to focus on one thing. And if I get overworked or overly urgent, it's because of that. And I'm not trying to imply anything. Not trying to I'm also not, I really am not, if you buy this, I don't want it to be hot money. I don't want you to sell a quick profit. Hey, you're in it. Oh, hey, that, but I'm not, that's my opinion, but you can do what you want. I'm not coming in here because, oh, I'm hearing things are great. Oh, I think it's going to run, but I'm not doing that. But I am being, I do think I'm being, I get you. Hype man. Hey, Lawrence, get your rest. Vitamin D, what is that? DABDC, what? Oh, vitamin D and C. D and C. All right. Okay. I like that. I've heard vitamin D is very good for you. All right, I'll do that. I'm probably gonna watch Novak Djokovic tomorrow. So that's another probably a selfish reason to tell you to do things today. But if it gets cheaper tomorrow, I guess I'll have to just come on and tell you to buy. But if I'm not on in the morning and it's late in the afternoon, it's because I'm watching the tennis. So that's probably another reason I'm being selfishly urgent. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to wish peace to you, peace around the world, peace to the children, prayers for the people in Texas to lost children. And I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And I appreciate everybody buying the stock because I think it's going to change your situ. So cheers.